Late in the evening of the 29th day of the Lunar New Year, a bitter wind whisked across the rice paddies and seeped through the wooden shutters of the old tan truck family home. Grandpa Ton sat up in his low bed, his frail frame shivering beneath a thin cotton blanket. He listened to the wind rattle the shutters and, with a raspy cough, reached out for his pipe. Ash drifted into the dim candlelight like strands of phantom mist. Beside him, his wife, Grandma Huang, gently admonished their children for leaving the windows open. "I told you all to shut the shutters before nightfall," she muttered, her voice shaky with age. "This wind will chill our bones and carry misfortune into the house." From the courtyard below, faint shouts and hurried footsteps drifted upward. Someone exclaimed, "The riverbank wall has collapsed." Another voice cried out, "Mother! It's almost midnight, come home before everyone freezes." The urgency in their voices spun through the corridors and stoked the embers of dread in both Grandpa Ton's and Grandma Huang's hearts. By the time Grandma Huang extinguished the small oil lamp beside her husband's bedside, the courtyard was silent once more. She pressed her mole-blotched hand to Grandpa Ton's forehead. "Rest now, old man," she whispered. "Tet Eve is almost upon us. The children will take care of the fire and the offerings." Grandpa Ton gave a faint nod, though his knuckles remained white from gripping his pipe too tightly. As Grandma Huang retreated into the shadows of the hall, his weary eyes tracked the flickering darkness until sleep overtook him. When dawn broke on the 30th day of the lunar month, the air was so cold that even the laughing children could be heard shivering as they played tag outside. Inside the house, Grandpa Ton's eldest son, Mr. Min, and his wife, Mrs. Lan, the same woman known for her fretful superstition, began unwrapping sheets of banana leaves to prepare ban chung. Their younger daughter-in-law, Mi Nhi, sat cross-legged on the floor of the front hallway, meticulously polishing the family altar. Her husband, Koa, prodded a crackling fire in the clay stove. An oddly protracted silence hung over their morning chores. Suddenly, from somewhere above the courtyard, the harsh cry of the great hornbill, its voice shrill as a screaming whistle, split the frosty air. Nhi dropped the brass bowl she was holding, and the shattered pieces clattered across the hearth. She shivered, startled by the uncanny sound. "Did you hear that?" she exclaimed, tension coiling in her voice. Koa wiped his hands on his shirt sleeve. "It's just the hornbill up in the banyan tree," he said, trying to sound reassuring. Yet he knelt to inspect the bowl and saw a small red stain on the rim, fresh blood glistening where none should have been. "This can't be good," Koa muttered. From the courtyard, they heard footsteps and a flurry of cursing. Mrs. Ian's younger cousin, Aunt Dung, who lived only a few houses away, raced up the steps, clutching an armful of firewood. Her eyes were wild. The hornbill dropped dead in the courtyard. She shrieked. "I picked it up. Its belly was split open, and its blood turned jet black in an instant. We all know, when the hornbill's blood runs dark, a Tet curse is upon the land." Mr. Min frowned and turned impassively away. "Superstition," he muttered, but even he paled as Aunt Dung's pale cheeks glowed with terror. By mid-morning, when Nhi went to feed the old yellow dog tied beside the pigsty, she discovered a horror beyond words. The dog, pregnant and heavy with gestation, lay stiff as a wooden plank in a pool of its own blood. Its belly was grotesquely distended. Nhi screamed and dropped the feeding bowl as shards of ceramic and grain tumbled to the ground. The dog's gurgling breath had already stopped, and a rivulet of crimson blood seeped through its golden fur. Mother-in-law! Nhi cried, stumbling back toward the kitchen. Mrs. Lan burst from the house, clutching a handful of rice husks. When she beheld the scene, she froze, her mouth hanging open. "This cannot be," she cried. "An animal dying under such circumstances is the worst of omens. Our family's fortune is surely doomed." Even Koa, who prided himself on practicality, leaned forward in disbelief. "But it was healthy just yesterday," he scoffed, his voice rising with panic. "How can a dog die like this, so full of life?" Mrs. Lan, trembling, turned to her niece, Lua, so named because of her gentle, flowing beauty, even at 8 months pregnant. "Stay inside," she ordered. "Do not let this curse reach you." Lua, mindful of the rumor that a pregnant woman seeing a scene of death would bring ruin upon her child, covered her head and retreated to the inner room. But upstairs, she pressed her ear to the floorboards, hearing the frantic conversation below. That afternoon, as the family readied themselves for the Kungtet ceremony, the unexpected happened. Mai, who had been standing by the stove, accidentally swept her foot and overturned a large pot of bamboo shoot soup. The heavy iron pot clattered against the kitchen stones and spilled steaming soup over the tiled floor. A sudden gasp rose from the family members in the courtyard. They had just heard footsteps on the old wooden steps leading up to the alms hall. Mrs. Lan rushed over, her floral-patterned shirt stained with soup splatters. "Mai!" she hissed, her voice trembling. "You have ruined the ceremony of a lifetime. This is the day we honor the ancestors. How can you be so clumsy?" Mai, tears brimming in her eyes, dropped to her knees and scraped her hands across the ceramic tiles to collect every last strand of bamboo shoot. "I'm sorry," she sobbed. "Please forgive me." In that moment, the old words came flooding back. On Tet, one must never let the fire go out, never break a dish, never spill blood, and never hear the cry of a hornbill. Such omens foretold death, bad luck, and misfortune. To break these rules was to invite calamity. Trembling, Mai glanced at the window, where a stray light breeze seemed to carry a faint, mocking whistle. As Mai stood up, wiping tears from her cheeks, Aunt Dung's voice floated in from outside, calling out, "Aunt Lan! Aunt Lan! You must come with me, something is amiss at the village shrine. The old banyan tree by the pond has collapsed." The entire family paused. The pond of Bongdan, that ancient, circular body of water at the edge of the village, had long been considered sacred. They set down their offerings and hurried outside. At the foot of the banyan tree, the ground had heaved apart. A gnarled root had twisted beneath the soil, heaving the earthen banks and leaving a jagged crack in the ground. Over the years, villagers had quietly filled portions of the pond to plant cabbages and pumpkins, in hopes of expanding their rice plots. The banyan's massive roots had been chopped back to make way for more farmland, and only a few scrawny tendrils remained clinging to the edge of the water. Now, the entire tree leaned precariously, as though trying to flee. A handful of children drew in sobbing until they recognized no one had been hurt. Yet in the still air, the fissure in the earth creaked like an ancient door. Villagers whispered that an angry spirit was at work, seeking vengeance for the desecration of its altar. That evening, as the sun set behind the mist-shrouded hills, Aunt Dung slipped into the humble clay hut of Mistress Lone, known to many as the village spirit medium. The walls of her home were lined with talismanic symbols and stacks of gold paper. On her low altar sat two small porcelain bowls containing an egg and a white candle. Mistress Lone took a deep breath and surveyed her own humble offerings: 2 copper coins, a small glass bottle of rice wine, and a single red envelope. She mumbled an incantation as Aunt Dung laid her gifts upon the low table. But the coins would not align. Each time she tried to toss them and read their pattern, they clattered to the floor in a random mess. Mistress Lone pursed her lips and tapped her forehead. The spirits do not reveal their will tonight. Return at dawn, when the first rooster crows. Then we might know what fate has in store for Tan Truck Village. Aunt Dung left in a hurry, her heart pounding with fear for the homestead of her in-laws. Under the pale light of the waxing moon, Nhi crept from her bed, half dreaming. An internal ache had kept her awake, though she was used to late-night trips to the latrine since her own mother's death in childbirth. As she padded across the cool wooden floor, she suddenly sensed a figure at the doorway, her husband, Koa, leaning against the worn jamb. "Did you leave the gate open?" he asked in a low tone. "I thought I heard a voice calling." Nhi shook her head, confused. "No, I didn't leave anything open." Still half asleep, she patted his arm and guided him back to bed. But neither could shake the sense that someone else was passing through their yard. When the first rooster crowed a single, urgent cuc tack, they heard a shrill wail that descended from the church bell tower near the pond of Bong Den. The bell toll was clumsy, as though someone had yanked the rope in fright. In the dim hours just before sunrise, the moans of the bell blended with the ghostly hint of sobbing. Nhi gripped Koa's arm, her heart racing. "It's the spirit bell," she whispered. "If it tolls before dawn, they say someone in the village will die before the new year arrives." Koa closed his eyes, frustration warring with dread. "It's nonsense," he muttered. "But I'll check anyway." Down the narrow laneway, slippers slapped against the cold ground. Koa wrapped a blanket around himself and stepped into the thickening haze. By the time he reached the shrine near the banyan tree, a small crowd had gathered. Candles glowed around the old bell tower. Mistress Lone knelt by a cluster of incense sticks, chanting in a voice so soft it barely carried on the humid morning air. As the bell tolled a final, haunting note, the villagers murmured and bowed their heads. but one figure remained rigid, Grandpa Ton, trembling in thin pajamas far too worn to hold warm. He looked so frail that Koa hesitated to approach. Yet Grandpa Ton's eyes were fixed on the ground beneath the banyan tree, where the cracked earth had widened like an open wound. A single, twisted root lay partially exposed, black with decay. Koa knelt beside his father. "Father, are you all right?" But Grandpa Ton did not answer. He did not move. His eyes glazed as though he saw something no one else could, something beyond the mist. Koa glanced over his shoulder at the silent crowd. Above them, the banyan tree's remaining roots seemed to shift with a life of their own. In a distant part of the village, up on a low hill, Lua clutched her swollen belly. She had thought to greet the new day in peace, but instead felt it chill as lifeless as moonlight. Somewhere in her muddled mind, she recalled that Mother Lan had called her fragile condition into question if Nhi, her own daughter, had given birth safely in her youth, then what specter threatened? So many births now. Outside her thatched roof window, she heard the faint, echoing tongue of the bell toll and shivered. By mid-morning, the villagers had discovered the body. Grandpa Ton lay across the cracked earth not far from the banyan's exposed root. His crawling breaths were slowing as though each one was a farewell. He looked older than 8 decades, though his face held a pained dignity. His chest rose with a single, ragged gasp. As the first man from the village elders' council, an older farmer named Ben, stepped forward to close the old man's stiff eyes, a sudden breeze swept through the clearing. It carried the dry crackle of bones and the faintest echo of a lamenting hornbill. Aunt Dung's blood ran cold. "No." Her voice trembled. "He couldn't have. He wouldn't have." Her words trailed off as if she could not find her own grief. Yet it was clear to everyone that Grandpa Ton had hanged himself, his hands still clutching a length of tarred rope that had been tied around his frail neck. The rope was strained almost to tautness at the top of the banyan's lowest branch. But how had he, in his frail state, climbed so high? Koa's breath caught in his throat as he realized that every superstition, every warning that the ancients had whispered had culminated in this bitter tragedy. Under a sky growing storm gray, whispers turned to wails. "Mrs. Lan fell to her knees, and Nhi clutched her stomach as though to protect the child within. Lua rushed in, throwing herself across the old man's body, pressing her head against the dried residue of the banyan root. The villagers circled them, offering glass bottles of rice wine and salted eggs, whispering prayers revealed by Mistress Lone. Under the ancient banyan tree, now cracked and gnarled, they lit incense and scattered paper money, calling out to the wandering souls. Yet as the incense smoke twined upward, Aunt Dung glanced at the narrow pond beyond the clearing, the pond of Bong Den. Its surface, once placid and reflective, now had an oily sheen under the breeze. She remembered the old stories: if one desecrated the land of the spirits, something dark would rise from the depths. And in that moment, she saw it, a shape just under the swirling haze of steam rising off the water. For an instant, she believed she glimpsed a pale slipper half buried at the pond's edge. A small child's slipper. Trembling, Aunt Dung stammered, "Mistress Lone, look." The pond. It. But Mistress Lone was already gone, her wrinkled face set in grim determination. She beckoned the village elders to follow her deeper into the shrine to consult the sacred text. The elders bowed their heads in submission, even as the wind picked up, sending whirls of petals and dead leaves dancing in a circle around the banyan's base. As the villagers filed into the cavernous shrine, Aunt Dung stayed behind, tears spilling down her cheeks. She knelt by the fallen root, whispered a quick apology to the earth, and pressed her palm to the cracked bark. "Please forgive us," she murmured, "and show us what must be done to end this curse." The heavy door creaked shut behind her, and in the sudden hush, Aunt Dung felt a cold hand brush against her shoulder. She flinched, but there was no one there. Only the mournful echo of the hornbill's cry, as though the forest itself lamented the tragedy that had befallen Tan Truck village. Outside, the sun slipped behind a sullen cloud, leaving the courtyard in deepening gray. Though the villagers burned incense and murmured prayers, the sense of something waiting, something hungry remained. Beneath the stone steps of the shrine, where the cracked earth reached toward the rotting banyan, a single droplet of water rose from the pond and splashed to the ground, dark as the blood of that hornbill. In that moment, Aunt Dung shivered, sensing that the curse had only just begun. The morning sun struggled to pierce through the low-hanging clouds that blanketed Tan Truck village like a thick gray shroud. In the narrow lanes between thatched cottages and rice paddies, hushed conversations buzzed as families gathered to learn the fate of Siu Tan's death. No one dared to speak above a whisper. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Inside the venerable Tan Truck family home, a cold hush lingered. In the front room, where the ancestral altar stood draped in faded yellow cloth, a small crowd had gathered. Mrs. Lan knelt before the altar, hands clasped, tears trailing down her cheeks. Next to her, Mai trembled, her face a pale mirror of grief as she cradled her infant daughter, Lan An. Only 3 months old, the baby gurgled softly, oblivious to the grief-stricken adults around her. Every time someone's gaze drifted toward the banyanwood canes that still adorned the corners of the room, the baby let out a soft coo, a reminder of new life amidst so much sorrow. Koa hovered behind his wife and mother, his broad shoulders hunched against the shifting drafts. When he glanced at his daughter, a flicker of guilt passed over his eyes. If only he had been there to prevent Grandpa Tan's fall, perhaps the old man would still be alive. But the haunting sight of Siu Tan's body, suspended above the cracked earth by that same rope, replayed in Koa's mind, over and over. He shook his head, as if to dislodge the vision, but it would not leave him. "Mother," he said quietly to Mrs. Lan, "what does the village elder say? Will we be safe here? I heard that Aunt Dung saw something by the pond this morning." Mrs. Lan lifted her tear-wet face. Siu Tuong says that the curse comes from the pond of shadows, that old banyan. He wants us to move the altar at once and give offerings there. I don't know if it will help, but the old man claims the disturbed spirit will strike again if we do not show proper respect. Just then, the front door opened, and Aunt Dung slipped inside without knocking. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she carried a single lotus bud. I went to the pond this dawn, she gasped, kneeling and placing the bud before the altar. I saw something dreadful, the water was black as ink, and I heard cries, as if the pond itself spoke of pain. The lotus bud came from the shore, it grew where nothing should flourish, in the mud now turning to ash. No one responded. Even the baby lamb unquieted at Aunt Dung's trembling voice. A heavy silence fell, broken only by the distant toll of the temple bell in the next village. It echoed like a dirge that could not be stilled. Almost at the same moment, a knock sounded at the ancestral home side entrance. Mai stood and moved to answer. Peering through the door's narrow window, she recognized Lua's form outside. Lua looked pale and drawn, her hand pressed to her belly. As Mai opened the door, Lua's eyes welled with tears. "On Mai," she whispered, "please, I need your help." Without waiting for a reply, Lua stumbled inside. Mai steadied her and helped her sit on a wooden stool. Koa and Mrs. Lan joined them, concern etched on their faces. Lua's growing belly rose and fell beneath her coarse linen tunic, and the lines of exhaustion and fear on her face contrasted sharply with her normally gentle countenance. "What happened, Chow?" Mai asked, brushing a stray lock of hair from Lua's forehead. "Did something happen at the shrine?" Lua took a trembling breath. I went to the pond before dawn to collect water for tea. I thought perhaps whoever is haunting that place is restless. I hope to offer pure water to calm the spirit. But when I knelt by the water's edge, I saw a glowing figure under the surface. It had grandfather's face, though it was twisted in agony, mouth open as if screaming. Then whispers rose around me, soft, sorrowful voices calling for justice, calling for atonement. I dropped the jar and ran. Mai's eyes widened. Was there anyone else there? Lua shook her head. No. It was empty. Cold. Only me and them, those voices. Then I heard the childish laughter of someone, but there was no child. It was the pond, mocking me. Mrs. Ian's face drew taut. You mustn't go near that water again, Lua. The spirits will take you. You are with child. But what can we do? Lua moaned. The pond is the source of this curse. I saw it for myself. Koa stepped forward. We must consult Mistress Lone again. Maybe she can guide us to break the curse. At that moment, the courtyard gate creaked open, and a familiar figure appeared, Bach, Lua's secret lover. He wore a heavy winter coat that hung loosely on his tall frame. As Bach entered the front yard, his gaze swept from Aunt Dung to Lua and then landed on Koa's skull. Bach! Lua cried, rising from the stool and trying to leave the room, but Mrs. Lan blocked her way. Bach closed the door behind him. Wife! He called to Mrs. Lan. Please, I mean no disrespect. I have urgent news. MRS. Ian's eyes narrowed. You mean the news that you did not even bother to inform your mother-in-law about Louis' situation? Speak quickly. Bach swallowed. Mistress Lone has agreed to see us again at noon at the old deer pen behind the shrine. She says there is a ritual that can placate the water spirit, but I must bring a ceremonial blade and 3 silver coins, and Louis' bloodline must be present. My clasped Louis' hand. Then we will go. It is the only chance we have. MRS. Lan lifted a hand to stop them. No. Not so fast. We must think any ritual has a price. This village has scant food left to feed itself, and if Mistress Lone demands payment, we must be ready. Also, Lua is with child. The strain of ritual magics could harm her. But mother, Koa said, if we do nothing, the curse will not cease. Our family's safety depends on appeasing it. I will accompany Lua to the ritual. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the house. The front door slammed shut of its own accord. The candles on the altar guttered, and the incense smoke coiled abruptly into the shape of a slender silhouette. Every eye turned to the altar. When the smoke dispelled, the lotus bud that Aunt Dung had offered lay blackened, its petals dry and brittle, as if it had withered in a single breath. Enough. MRS. Lan wept. Can no one see that these spirits will do anything to keep us silent? Without warning, Koa felt a sharp pain in his chest, as though an invisible hand had squeezed his heart. He gasped, reaching for his throat, then collapsed to one knee. Louis screamed, rushing to his side. Beneath the flickering light of the altar candles, Koa's eyes glazed over. Blood, he whispered. The spirits demand blood. Mine knelt beside him. Koa. Stay with me. She pressed her trembling fingers to his forehead. He shivered violently, sweat forming on his brow despite the cold. He mumbled incoherently, if blood does not come, they will take her next. Lua, wide-eyed, gripped her husband's hand. Take me. But I carry a child. Her eyes brimming with tears, she turned to MRS. Lan. Mother, please, do anything. Tearfully, MRS. Lan rose. This is madness. We cannot stain our hands with our child's blood. If Mistress Lone wants a sacrifice, I will not comply. Suddenly, Aunt Dung gasped and ran from the room. The wooden planks of the hallway creaked under her bare feet. Moments later, the sound of her muttering incantations echoed, and she returned clutching a handful of rat-tail grass. Without explanation, she pressed the grass and a small bronze dagger into Koa's limp hand. It is said, she whispered, that the water spirit demands a symbolic blood offering, not real blood. We must draw 3 drops from Koa's palm, then place the drops upon the dagger and cast it into the pond. Koa's breathing steadied as he heard Aunt Dung's suggestion. He blinked, wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, then managed to lift his hand. With shaking fingers, he pricked his palm on the bronze blade. 3 crimson droplets fell onto the gleaming steel. The pain was sharp, but not crippling, just enough. Lua knelt beside her husband, tears streaming down her face. Together, they laid Koa's hand on the altar. Aunt Dung gave a final whispering invocation to the spirits of the pond. As the last words left her lips, the candles burst into steady flame, and the lotus bud on the altar glowed with a faint inner light. The oppressive tension in the room lifted, if only slightly. "Let us go," Aunt Dung said. "We carry the offering to the pond of shadows. Once the spirit accepts the sacrifice, we may be free of its wrath." By midday, a small procession made its way to the shrine behind the bamboo grove. Lua walked between her husband and her aunt, her white tunic stained by dirt and tears. Mai followed close behind, cradling Lan An, her worry etched so deeply on her face that she hardly noticed the damp spring air brushing her cheeks. At the edge of the pool, the once reflective water was now a dark swirl of ripples. The banyan tree loomed overhead, its twisted branches casting distorted shadows across the pond's surface. Overturned lotus leaves and withered petals drifted on the muddy margins like wounded spirits. Mistress Lone knelt at the water's edge, her wild silver hair tied in a loose knot atop her head. She wore a tattered tunic embroidered with yellow-on-black talismans of protection. As the group approached, she raised a single finger to command silence. The air seemed to quiver. For a moment, even the birds stopped singing. Aunt Dung stepped forward, holding the small bronze blade aloft. In a trembling voice, she shouted, "Ode to the ancient water spirit. From the blood of the living, we offer these 3 drops. Accept this token, and carry our sins away." At once, the surface of the pond roiled. A column of water shot upward like a geyser, and droplets fell back onto the earth, hissing upon contact. The tiniest voice echoed in everyone's mind, "Justice, justice," a tone, then the water settled, leaving only a faint mist hovering above the dark pool. Mistress Lone took a single step forward, her bare feet sinking into the mud. She pressed the blade's tip into the water, letting the tarnished steel sink beneath the surface. As the bronze vanished, the pond glowed faintly emerald green, like a lantern in a fog. For a moment there was silence. Then slowly, the water's color drained back to its original murky black. A deep sigh seemed to come from the depths, an exhalation of sorrow. The breezes stilled, and the langur monkeys in the canopy fell silent. Time itself felt suspended. Lua watched the pond's rim, bracing herself. A single lotus bud drifted to the shore, surprisingly fresh and white. Aunt Dung picked it up and offered it to Lua, who held it in trembling hands. "It is a sign," Aunt Dung whispered. "The spirit acknowledges us." But as Lua and her family turned to leave, a chorus of wet, slithering sounds rose from beneath the banyan's root. The mud bubbled, and from the depths emerged a half-submerged figure, a small boy no older than 10, his skin pale, his eyes black as ink. He reached out a skeletal hand and looked straight at Lua. For a heartbeat, Lua froze. The boy said nothing, but his eyes held an unbearable sorrow. As the pond's water receded, other shapes emerged, the hunched form of a fisherman, a woman clutching a dying infant, a gaunt horse tethered to a broken post. They lingered for an instant, apparitions of those who had drowned when the banyan's roots had collapsed years ago, when the villagers had greedily filled in portions of the pond to expand farmland. Then, as quickly as they had risen, they sank back beneath the surface. The pond quieted, leaving ripples where the spirits had vanished. The villagers breathed collectively, relief and terror mingling in their hearts. "Koa," Lua whispered, gripping her husband's arm. "Do you see them?" He nodded, tears in his eyes. "I see them, my love. Those whose lives were swallowed by our ancestors' greed. And now, they have given us a warning." Mistress Lone raised her arms. "Let these spirits rest. From this moment forward, no one shall fill the pond of shadows again. The banyan's roots must be honored, its tears must be salted with offerings of rice and lotus for 7 full days. Only then will peace return." As the villagers began to crouch by the pond's edge, scattering handfuls of rice and petals, the damp air settled over them like a benediction. Aunt Dung handed the lotus bud to Mrs. Lan. "Plant this at the base of the banyan. It shall remind us of what we lost and what we must protect." With solemn agreement, Mrs. Lan knelt and pressed the lotus into the muddy earth. Lewis stood behind her, resting a palm on the old banyan's gnarled root. For the first time since dawn, she felt a measure of peace. The whispers of the spirits faded, replaced by the gentle rustle of new leaves. In the clearing beyond, the distant echo of a boy's laughter rang out, as though the pond itself had found solace in their offering. Koa took Lua's hand. "It is done. For now, at least." He bent to kiss her swollen belly tenderly. "Our child will be safe." Lua let out a shaky sigh. "I pray you are right." As they left the pond, the remaining villagers took up lanterns and candles to light the path home. The banyan tree stood sentinel, its ancient roots gripping the earth with renewed purpose. Though the weariness remained, each person stepped forward with the knowledge that, through sacrifice and respect, the worst of the curse might have been averted. But shadows lengthened as the sun dipped low. In the distance, the bell in the old shrine still tolled, half melancholy, half victorious, as if marking the beginning of a new age. Some said it was the bell's way of heralding a truce between living and dead. Others feared it was only the prelude to another darkness yet to come. For the villagers of Tan Truk, the memory of that day would linger long after the lanterns burned out. They had witnessed the restless dead, bargained with ancient spirits, and saved their own lives with a few drops of blood. Yet even as they celebrated that small victory, a deeper unease had taken root, the realization that some debts can never be fully paid, and some curses, once awakened, can never be wholly laid to rest. And so the second chapter of Tan Truck's dark saga closed under a moon veiled in smoke and mist. The pond of shadows lay placid now, its surface smooth as glass. But in the hearts of those who had seen the apparitions, an enduring tremor remained like the echo of an unseen bell that might toll again when least expected. The village would move forward into the new year, but they did so knowing that the past was not so easily forgotten, and the spirits of the fallen lingered, waiting for their next offering. The first light of dawn crept through the bamboo slats of the Tan Truck family home, casting a pale glow over the heaped baskets of rice and bundles of incense left out overnight at the Pond of Shadows. In the courtyard, the soft sigh of wind whispered through the fronds of the banana leaves, carrying a faint scent of damp earth and lotus blossoms. Although the water spirit had seemed appeased after Koa's blood offering, an uneasy stillness still clung to the village, as if something just beneath the surface waited to resurface. That morning, Lua awoke in a fevered haze. Her linen sheets were damp with sweat, and her heart pounded so fiercely she feared she might wake the entire household with her gasping. The memory of the apparition, a pale child, skeletal, rising from the pond remained fresh in her mind. She rubbed her temples as though trying to wipe away a lingering nightmare. Glancing at the narrow window, she saw Koa standing outside, cradling their daughter, Lan-on, who gurgled at the sight of her mother. Relief washed through Lua at the sight, but she forced herself to rise slowly, mindful of the weight of her 8-month pregnancy. Koa, she whispered as he carried Lan-on toward the bed. Thank you for staying. I dreamed of the spirits again. They reach for me even when the world is calm. Koa's eyes softened. He set Lan-on gently in her arms and pressed a kiss to Lua's forehead. My love, you have borne enough worry. Today, the elders have asked us to gather by the banyan tree at midday. They want to inspect the pond and see that the offerings were carried out properly. We will go together, the three of us. Stay close to me, and Nhi Mother Lan will accompany us as well. Still shaken, Lua nodded. She clasped Lan onto her chest and adjusted her wrap to support her growing belly. Yesterday's ritual had exhausted her, but she knew she could not avoid the elder's summons. If the spirit still demanded more, she needed to be present to show her willingness to atone. By mid-morning, the village elders had begun to assemble at the shrine that overlooked the Pond of Shadows. Siu Tuong, his long white beard trailing down to his chest, stepped forward to greet them. Aunt Dung and Mistress Lone stood nearby, exchanging wary glances. The banyan tree's massive trunk had been ceremonially draped in red cloth, and fresh lotus blossoms lay at its roots. 5 bamboo poles, each tied with silken red and white ribbons, had been thrust into the muddy banks around the pond to form a protective barrier. Incense smoke curled upward from iron braziers at each of the compass points north, south, east, west, and center, while villagers respectfully parted to let the procession pass. Lua, Koa, Lan-on, and Mai, who carried a small basket of sticky rice cakes, stepped through the barrier and knelt on the muddy ground. Mai offered a silent prayer to the spirits of the pond, placing a handful of glistening rice cakes on a flat stone. Lan-on, oblivious, reached out to touch the lotus petals that lay sprinkled around the offering. The elders murmured their approval, even Siyu Tuong, whose normally stern expression never softened, glanced down at the child with a rare spark of warmth. "Lua," Siyu Tuong said gently, "we thank you and your husband for last night's sacrifice. But the spirits are not yet at rest. The village was so long careless, cutting the banyan's old roots, filling the pond with earth. Many souls still wander. We must honor them fully, or they will claim more lives." Lua's heart sank at his words. Koa squeezed her hand in reassurance, but her lips trembled. "Elders, I understand. What remains to be done?" Lua asked, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. Siyu Tuong pointed to the pond. "We will perform the rites of atonement again, this time inviting all families living near the marsh to gather lotus buds and chant the names of the lost. Each family must bring a personal token and item representing their respect. Only when every household participates will the water spirit truly be sated." At that moment, a hush fell over the assembled crowd. Whispered indignation rippled through the villagers. Many families had no peaceable relationship with the pond, let alone lotus buds, for the thorny plants had been prone to rot ever since the edges of the water were churned. Some families regarded the ritual as insufferable, especially older villagers who remembered harvests lost when the pond encroached on rice paddies. Yet to defy Siyu Tuong, to cross his will, was to risk worst wrath of all. One grizzled farmer stepped forward. "Siyu Tuong," he began in a shaky voice, "I lost half my crop last year. The pond swallowed my flooded terraces before we could harvest. Now you ask me to honor the very water that ruined my family's livelihood." His outburst was met by angry mutters and sympathetic nods. Others recalled bitter disputes over land boundaries, when neighbors covertly dumped earth into the shallows to claim extra acreage, only for the gods to answer with impenetrable floods. Now, those same waters were to be appeased with offerings of rice and ritual enough to make a man's pride writhe. Siyu Tuong raised his staff, its carved dragon head catching the dim light. "This is not to honor the pain you suffered, but to protect your sons and daughters. If we do not correct our ways, the curse will spread beyond the pond of shadows. I speak of the watery spirits of 100 years past, spirits who died here when the village first sank the western edge of the pond. They were fishermen and merchants, they perished in a storm that drowned half the valley. They have remained restless until now. Unite with us, and we spare your future." A tense pause followed. Finally, the farmer bowed his head, relenting. "So be it," he murmured, shoulders hunched with the weight of regret. One by one, household heads approached to leave their tokens. Some placed new lotus buds, others laid down handfuls of rice wine. More than a few offered small trinkets, an old silver coin, a fragment of broken metal from a farm plow, even a child's wooden toy. Each token represented a pledge, never more would they trample the sacred ground by the water's edge. When the last offering was made, Mistress Lone raised both arms to the sky and intoned a chant so ancient that even children froze to listen. From somewhere beneath the mud, a faint echo seemed to reply, resonating with the villagers' own prayers. The pond's surface, which had been dark and unblinking, rippled as though stirred by an invisible breeze. The lotus blossoms quivered, and the ceremony seemed suspended in space. Then the chant ended. Silence. In that silence, Koa bent to kiss Lua's cheek, and she felt a warmth spread through her. Lan uncooed, and the morning chill retreated. As the hush broke, Aunt Dung stepped forward to pluck 2 of the lotus buds and weave them into a delicate garland. She tied it around a banyan's lowest branch, muttering, "Bind your sorrow, wander no more." The elders nodded and began to disperse, offering final bows to the water and making their way back to the village. Yet as the crowd's footsteps receded, the pond's edge remained eerily still. No chant of frogs, no splash of fish breaking the surface, only a muted bubble here and there, as though some broken vessel lay just below, longing for release. Later that afternoon, the sun burned away the morning mist, revealing how the heavy rains had turned the roads into muddy tracks. In front of the tan truck home, the fields lay soggy, and the air carried the sweet, pungent scent of freshly tilled earth. Koa had gathered a few trusted companions, young men whose families had helped fill in the pond in years past. They carried pruning hooks and machetes, intent on reclaiming a stretch of abandoned bank. The plan was to widen the protective barrier around the pond, ensuring no one inadvertently trespassed upon the spirit's domain again. Lua, despite her exhaustion, insisted on helping by handing out water and salted lotus roots to the workers. She wore a broad straw hat to shade her face from the slanted sunlight, and her simple tunic hung loose over her swelling form. As she moved from man to man, proffering sustenance, she felt eyes upon her, a mixture of sympathy, admiration, and something she could not quite name. Some villagers whispered that a pregnant woman, carrying the seed of new life, was uniquely blessed. Others exchanged furtive glances, no doubt wondering if the curse might yet shift to her unborn child. By mid-afternoon, the group had cleared a large patch of thorny undergrowth near the pond's midpoint. The newly exposed bank sloped steeply into the dark water. Koa stood at the edge, feet dug into the mud, and motioned for silence. With a single swing of his machete, he severed a rogue banyan root that had begun to creep over the water. As the root fell, it flared a plume of mud and silt, clouding the once pristine water. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a splash sounded in the depths, a ripple that spread like a shock wave across the pond's glassy surface. Koa froze, sweat trickling down his brow. In the widening ring of ripples, a single barefoot child's footprint, brackish and half-formed, appeared as though embedded on the water's surface. A swirl of bubbles asserted itself just beneath, like an exhalation from a submerged lung. Koa took an involuntary step back. "Father," Maya hissed, her voice tight in his ear. "Be careful. We must not anger the spirits again." "My child," Koa murmured, turning to her with haunted eyes. "These people, they will not learn. If the spirits truly dwell in that water, any disturbance could unleash darkness upon us all." Before they could speak further, a scream shattered the uneasy quiet. The laborers turned to see one of their number, a young man named Tu, flailing as though in sudden agony. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the muddy ground, clutching at his chest. Blood seeped through his fingers where they pressed. 3 narrow red welts appeared as though carved by razor blades. Toong's eyes rolled back, and he slumped, unmoving. Lua rushed forward, her heart pounding. She knelt beside him, her hand on his wrist, but could feel no pulse. Koa knelt as well, his face pale. "Quick," he ordered the other men. "Carry him inside. We must save him." They bore Toong into the tan truck home, setting him upon a straw mat in the front room. "MRS." Lan hovered over him, wiping sweat from his forehead as Aunt Dung rummaged through a small wooden chest to produce a jar of miraculous salve and herbal concoction she claimed could staunch any unnatural bleed. With swift motions, Aunt Dung slathered the salve over Toong's wounds. The moment the ointment touched the cuts, the bleeding slowed, and the flesh knit itself closed, leaving only faint pink lines. Breathing raggedly, Toong sat up, dazed. "It felt as if something dragged me underwater, something wanted me to drown," he muttered, his voice trembling. "I swear I saw a woman's face, pale as moonlight, reaching out for me." Mai pressed a cool cloth to his head. "You will be fine, Toong," she said softly, though inside, her nerves rattled. "You are safe now." Outside, the skies darkened unexpectedly. Cumulus clouds gathered, roiling as though a storm was imminent. A gust of wind roared across the rice paddies, sending dust and chaff swirling. Lordly thunder rolled overhead. In the courtyard, a single shattered pot lay broken, shards glittering like broken promises. As lightning forked across the horizon, the pond's surface heaved once more, sending a spray of inky water across the banks. The protective barrier of bamboo poles quivered, and one snapped with a hollow crack. Lua felt a shiver trace down her spine. She hurried to the window, looking out at the pond where gathering darkness churned the surface. Somehow, the rites of atonement had not quieted whatever lived in those depths. Instead, it seemed to writhe, angry that its domain was challenged. Koa joined her, arms folded. "We cannot fight it with mere tools of wood and cloth," he said quietly. "My mother says we must win the heart of the spirit. We must show our loyalty in a way more profound than blood or token." Lua nodded, drawing in a tremulous breath. "What could be more profound than that? I carry new life within me. Perhaps that is the only true offering left." Koa closed his eyes as thunder crashed again. "If the child is meant to walk this world, then so be it. But if the spirits demand it, then I will not hesitate." Lua stared at him, tears springing to her eyes. "No one can sacrifice her unborn child," she whispered. "The curse may be strong, but we will not yield to such terror." As they spoke, a distant, mournful sound drifted across the fields like a child crying in the dark. The bell at the old shrine tolled 10 times, each peal resonating in the hollow of their hearts. Somewhere midway through the tolling, Lan let out a sudden, shrill cry as if sensing the storm's dread omen. Lua's arms shook as she held her daughter, afraid that the spirit's hunger had shifted to another vulnerable target. From the hallway came the sound of footsteps, and Mai entered carrying a bowl of steaming porridge. She set it on the low wooden table and bowed her head in prayer. "We must prepare for the storm," she said. "The elders will decide tonight whether to call upon the monk from Thanglong to perform protective rites beyond our village. Only his chanting can push back the darkness." As rain began to pelt the roof in fat, urgent drops, the Tan Trúc family clustered together in the dimly lit room. They huddled close, bracing themselves against the gathering tempest. Outside, the banyan tree's branches whipped back and forth, striking the pond's surface with hollow thuds. A faint glow, emerald green and ghastly, pulsed deep beneath the water, as though the spirit itself bathed in its own sorrow. Lua felt a trickle of wetness on her forehead. She wiped it away and turned to her husband. "We have done what we can. Now we can only wait." Koa nodded, his jaw set with determined resolve. "But waiting is an action in itself. We wait, but we also prepare. Tonight, we shall gather at the chapel and pray for the souls. We will make sure no one ventures near the pond again. In time, the spirit must relent." Lua took her daughter's small hand. In that fragile moment, a single bolt of lightning illuminated the courtyard, and Lua thought she saw, etched against the murk of clouds, a shape that resembled her late grandfather, his face solemn, eyes both sorrowful and stern. The apparition dissolved as swiftly as it appeared, leaving only the echo of thunder and a distant, desperate lament. At that instant, Lua understood that the rites of atonement were not enough. The sorrow of the fallen would haunt the village until every last token was offered and every last apology spoken aloud. And still, even then, she could not shake the sense that something far more ancient lay beneath the pond of shadows, something that would not be pleased until every ounce of guilt was purged. As the wind shrieked and the rain stung like icy needles against the window panes, the Tan Trúc family gathered their loved ones. They placed a small clay bell on the altar by the front door, an old heirloom said to ward off evil, passed down from generation to generation. Then they lit a circle of candles around the family hearth, determined that within these walls, no shadow, no lost soul, would ever again find purchase. Yet when the candles fluttered and the hearth's flame danced, Lua caught sight of two dark shapes flitting behind the glass door, the silhouettes of children, gaunt and spectral, their faces half hidden beneath ragged hair. They hovered at the window sill, silent. For a heartbeat, their dead eyes met Lua's, conveying both longing and reproach. Then they vanished, leaving only a soft echo, a child's sob lingering in the wet darkness. In that moment, Lua grasped her daughter closer and prayed for the night to pass without issue. But the crack of thunder that followed felt more like a challenge than a lullaby. The pond of shadows pulsed in her mind, a living thing now awakened and fed by the collective guilt of the village. Tonight, as the storm raged, none could say for certain whether the sacrifices and offerings had been enough or whether the shadows that lurked would demand a price no living soul could pay. Thunder rumbled low across the mountains to the west, but in the narrow lanes of Tan Trúc village, the storm felt closer, as if it were building into something more than mere wind and rain. By dawn, Sheets of sleet mixed with heavy raindrops had turned paths into rivulets of icy water. The bamboo groves that once creaked beneath their own weight now moaned, sending thin ribbons of mist drifting across the fields. Everyone in the Tan Truck household had spent a poor night's rest, huddled around the hearth's dwindling flames, listening for any unnatural sound that might signal a spirit's return. At sunrise, Lou aroused from her restless sleep, rubbing her temples. Pain radiated through her swollen belly like a distant warning, an echo of the spectral encounter by the pond. Lan On, now toddling at nearly a year old, sat on a straw mat by the small wooden table, clutching a lotus petal as though it were the most precious thing in the world. Her big dark eyes blinked up at her mother, as though sensing that something heavy lay in their collective future. Outside, Koa chopped firewood for the charcoal brazier, his broad shoulders moving rhythmically up and down with each swing. His normally stoic face now carried lines of exhaustion and worry. Yesterday's attempt to shore up the pond bank had nearly ended in disaster. Toon, the young villager whose wounds Aunt Dung had miraculously healed, had collapsed again, this time from a chill that settled into his bones. The doctor from the next township had refused to cross the muddy roads, citing fear of the spirits. Now the entire family watched him fade under a blanket of fevers and chills. MRS. Lan hurried across the courtyard, carrying 2 steaming cups of sweet ginger tea. She offered one to Lua and then glanced toward her daughter-in-law, Nhi, who knelt by Toong's pallet, dabbing a cool cloth to his fever-burned forehead. "He doesn't look well, MRS. Lan said quietly. "We need a real monk, someone with genuine psychic vision if we are to save him." Aunt Dung appeared at the doorway, clutching a satchel slung across her shoulder. "He is coming," she announced. "A monk from Thang Long arrived at Mistress Lone's hut last night. They call him Master Tien, an itinerant scholar monk reputed to command ancient chants that can bind the dead." She lifted a slender finger. "If anyone can help us, it is he." The very mention of a monk from Thang Long set a spark of hope in everyone's hearts. In hushed tones, the family whispered about Master Tien. His robe was said to be crimson as a sunset, embroidered with swirling dragons and lotus blossoms. His eyes, they said, glowed with uncanny light when he recited sutras. His disciples said that he had once meditated by 1,000 shrines and sealed a rift in the underworld itself. That morning, as the rain slanted down, Koa gathered firewood and coats for the journey to Mistress Lone's hut, located at the far edge of the village. Lua hugged Lan On tightly, whispering, "Take care of baby sister. I will return soon." She secured her wrap around her belly, mindful of each step despite her condition. Beside her, Mai crossed herself, murmuring, "Pray that Master Tien's sight is true." Together with MRS. Lan and Koa, Lua waded through the slick mud until they reached the bamboo grove at the eastern perimeter, an area now forbidden to most villagers due to the lingering threat of trapped spirits. Mistress Lone's modest hut stood on the outskirts, its thatched roof moss-laden and sagging with age. Smoke from a small hearth curled out the open doorway. Inside, Aunt Dung knelt before a low altar piled with talismans, while Mistress Lone fussed over a kettle of boiling water. A hush fell over the group as, from somewhere deeper in the grove, a figure emerged. Master Tian made his way toward them, his crimson robe dripping wet where the rain had soaked in. A wide, weathered straw hat covered his head, but as he drew near, the hat slipped off, revealing a shaved pate that gleamed in the damp light, and eyes so dark they shimmered like obsidian. His thin face was framed by a grizzled beard shot with silver. Despite the chill wind, he bore no sign of discomfort, as though the elements could not chill him. "Peace be upon you, O Tan Trúc family," he intoned in a voice that was both soft and commanding. "I have come because I heard the voice of suffering and the stench of injustice at the Pond of Shadows. The spirits cry out for remembrance. Tell me, who suffers most in this household?" At that instant, Toom, carried by me Nhi, stumbled into the clearing, sweat-drenched and feverish. He collapsed at the monk's feet. Master Tian knelt, placing his hand on Toom's chest, and closed his eyes in meditation for what felt like an eternity. The raindrops drummed on his back like impatient whispers. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked up at the family. His spirit is tethered between worlds. Only a true reparation for those who died at the pond can free him. But there are greater pains yet to heal here. First, we must purify the house of the old grudges, those that lie buried deeper than any offerings. With a gesture, he beckoned them inside Mistress Lone's hut. She gestured for them to sit on straw mats. A single lantern hung from the rafters, casting flickering shadows that merged with the drizzle seeping through the eaves. Madame Lone handed Master Tian a basin filled with water from a spring near Thang Long, rumored to be sanctified by a passing bodhisattva. Without speaking, he cupped his hand and sprinkled droplets onto the walls, the floor, and each person in turn, muttering mantras under his breath. "All must be cleansed," he said when he had finished. He rose and looked at Lua, who held Lan On in her arms. "Your blood sacrifice forestalled the worst of this curse, but the spirits remain hungry. They sense that justice is incomplete. Show me the tokens you offered, any fragments left after the ritual." Lua dug into her satchel and withdrew the small bronze blade, 3 faint rivulets of her blood stain still visible on its edge, and a half-burned lotus bud Aunt Dung had preserved as a talisman. Mai set a handful of rice cakes in the monk's outstretched palm. He took each item, swirling them before his eyes. "Ah," he murmured, "the knife of consecration pierced only flesh, not guilt. The lotus could bloom anew, yet in this form it remains half dead. The rice sustains life, yet the spirits hunger for something more. We must go to the Well of Whispers, the oldest site in Tan Trúc, the well that once fed rumors of famine when a traveler threw a dead crow into its depths." He paused as though listening to a faint echo. "Tell me, Aunt Dung, what offerings linger in the Well of Whispers? Remember that which your elders whispered to you in the dark." Aunt Dung bowed her head. "It is said that long ago, when the pond was first enlarged, a monk stood by that well, weeping for each life lost to the depths. His tears soaked the stones for 100 years until the well itself began to produce water that could heal any wound. But the monks fell silent, and the legend became mere myth." Master Tian nodded. "Then we shall test the well. Tonight, By the lantern light, we will draw water and chant the name of the fallen. Bring me a scroll of white silk and a bowl of salt. He turned back to Toon, laying a gentle hand on his brow. Toon's breathing slowed, and a faint pulse returned to his wrist. His physical strength is returning, Master Tien assured them, but his soul remains bound. By late afternoon, the rain had softened to a gentle mist. As he walked back toward the central road, Koa felt the chill lift from his bones, replaced by a fierce anxiety. The old path seemed narrower now, as if the world had contracted, leaving only shadows and silent threats. When he reached the main lane, he found a handful of neighbors huddled beneath a makeshift shelter of fallen beams and plastic tarps. Their faces were pale, many clutched charms and rosaries. One elderly woman clutched a small wooden box. "You're going to Master Tien's vigil tonight?" she asked him, her voice trembling. Koa nodded. "Yes." "Will you be there?" She shook her head. "I can't risk the spirits." "May fortune guide you." As Koa passed, a boy of 10 darted past, clutching a tattered lantern in one small hand. He looked at Koa with wide, fearful eyes. "Uncle," he whispered, "are the children safe?" "I saw a little girl by the pond, white dress, dark hair. She beckoned me, but when I looked back, she was gone." Koa put a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. "Don't go near the pond, little one. Spirits play cruel tricks under the waning moon." He sent the boy on his way, but the boy's words left Koa chilled. When he returned home, the bamboo gate stood ajar, never a good sign. Inside, the courtyard was quiet, but small shadows flickered at the edges of his vision. "MRS." Lan greeted him with relief. "You're safe," she said, though her voice trembled. "Come, eat something before the ritual. You need strength." Koa paused, glancing toward the door to the back room where Lua had gone to rest with Lan on. "How is she?" he asked. "She worries, MRS." Lan replied, guiding him to a low bench beside the hearth. "She says the baby stirs when she lies near the window. Perhaps orphans of the pond cry in the night." She handed him a bowl of congee aromatic with ginger and garlic. "Eat." As Koa spooned the steaming congee into his mouth, the door behind him groaned. He turned to see Lua step into the candlelit room, holding Lan on in one arm. Her thin face was pale, her lips pressed into a firm line. "Tell me," she asked Koa, her eyes wide, "does Master Tien truly believe we can free the well? Or is this a last-ditch hope?" Koa set his bowl aside and took her hands in his. "He speaks of the well of whispers as the heart that beats beneath Tan Truk. If we cleanse it, the whole village's sorrow may be released." He let out a breath. "But time grows short. Tonight's ritual must succeed." As they spoke, Lan let out a sudden, high-pitched wail. Lua lifted her daughter to her chest, her eyes filling with tears. "Mama," the child whimpered, see them in the shadows." Lua's heart froze. She looked at Koa, whose jaw clenched as if from pain. He reached out to take Lan on, brushing her dark curls aside. "The spirits have not yet released their hold on her either," he said softly. "We must hurry." The sky softened into a dusky violet as the family Lua, Koa, Mai, Aunt Dung, and Mistress Lone made their way to the Well of Whispers, located at the northern edge of the village near the communal rice granary. The well was a squat stone cylinder, its rim choked with moss and bramble. Rainwater dripped from its mossy lip, collecting in a shallow flood around its base. Several lanterns illuminated the area, some hung from wooden stakes, others balanced on flat stones nearby, all casting trembling halos of light that did little to dispel the night's chill. Master Tien stood before the well, his crimson robe now overlain by a simple black surplice. In front of him, a scroll of white silk bore a single black calligraphic character, Quian Release. A brass bowl of coarse salt lay at his side, the grains glinting like diamonds against the rough wood. "Line up," Master Tien instructed, his deep voice resonating off the well stones. "One by one, place your token upon this scroll. Speak the name of the lost soul you wish to free. Then pour salt onto the silk. Only when the scroll is utterly white again pure, without a single black stain will the well's sorrow be absolved." One by one, the villagers approached. The first was the same grizzled farmer who had cursed the pond hours ago. His hands trembled as he placed a single stalk of lotus leaf atop the scroll. "I forgive the spirit of the fisherman who drowned when we leveled my family's land," he said in a cracked whisper. He scooped a pinch of salt, letting it wash across the black ink. The inky character blurred but did not wholly vanish. Next, a timid schoolteacher offered a small piece of faded cloth that once had been her wedding sash. With a shaky voice, she spoke of a child who had fallen into the pond when it flooded. She shook her head, then scattered salt. The cloth dissolved into the fabric of the scroll, but again, the ink remained. As each token was offered, an old man's broken flute, a mother's dried braid of hair, a child's slipper, the black character wore away slowly but never disappeared entirely. With each offering, the moonlight seemed to dim, and the well water shivered as though in sorrow. Finally, it was Lua's turn. She stepped forward, clutching the half-burned lotus bud and the bronze blade stained with her blood. Tears streaked down her cheeks as she knelt at the well's edge. "For those who drowned in these waters, the fishermen with the ragged nets, the children who chased after floating leaves, my grandfather who thought himself safe, please accept my offering. May none in this village suffer again." She laid the lotus bud upon the scroll, then used her finger to dab at the remaining black ink, smearing it gently until only a faint smudge remained. She took a final pinch of salt and let it swirl across the silk, watching as the last grain dissolved, leaving a gleaming white expanse. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then a great gust of wind roared, snuffing out half the lanterns. The well's depth glowed with an otherworldly blue light, suffusing the clearing in an ethereal glow. A hush fell, the night itself seemed to pause. Then, Slowly, a single lotus blossom, fresh and golden, rose from the depths of the water and settled gently into Lua's outstretched palm. Lan, seated at her mother's feet, reached out with wide eyes, as though recognizing something ancestral in the blossom's scent. Master Tian bowed his head. "So it is done," he whispered. "The well has spoken." He turned to face the silent villagers, who stood rapt with wonder. "The spirits are satisfied for now. The curse that bound them to this mortal coil is broken, but only as long as remembrance remains. Tend the lotus, respect the water, and do not fill the shallows again. Let the well of whispers be the voice of your past, guiding your future." As though on cue, the raindrops ceased, leaving only a distant trickle from the well's rim. The lanterns relit themselves, their flames dancing on their wicks as though blown by an unseen breath. The well returned to its ordinary stillness, the water reflecting the pale glimmers of dawn light on its surface. Lua clutched the golden lotus blossom, tears of relief and exhaustion staining her face. Koa knelt beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "We have done it, my love," he said softly. "Together, we have freed the lost souls. Now we can return home." Aunt Dung scuffed her satchel closed, nodding in agreement. "Remember this night. Speak its truth at every hearth. The spirit's hunger is sated only by our constant care. Should we forget, the curse may awaken again." Mistress Lone offered a final prayer to the north wind, then turned to follow the departing procession. The villagers moved in single file away from the well, each step seeming lighter than the last. The storm had passed completely, and the eastern sky began to glow pink with dawn's first rays. In the hush of that new morning, Lua walked home with Koa and Lan, the golden lotus bud still pressing against her palm. Every step through the muddy path felt like an echo of redemption. Each clump of sodden earth underfoot resonated with memory. As they turned a corner, the first light of sunrise illuminated the village's little square, a gathering place lined with old banyan trees, where children would soon play and fishermen would mend their nets once more. Mrs. Lan and Mai waited at the front gate, arms linked, their faces bright with hope. When they saw Lua approach, they wept tears of joy, stepping forward to embrace her. "You have saved us all, Mrs. Lan said, pressing her mother-in-law's trembling hands against her cheek. Koa lowered Lua's hand and held the golden lotus up to the rising sun. Its petals glowed with a pure radiance, as though infused with life itself. "This flower," he announced, "shall be the emblem of Tan Truck's renewal." He slid it into a small jar of water, then turned to the rest of the family. "From this day forward, we shall replant the lotus around the well. Every household must care for at least one bloom. As long as it lives, our village lives in peace." A chorus of murmured assent spread through the gathered neighbors. Even the grizzled farmer who had railed against the spirit at dawn now bowed his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He stepped forward and touched Koa's arm. "I will plant 10 lotus bulbs tonight," he vowed. "My family, not just for us but for all who sleep by these waters." As the golden warmth of morning flooded the courtyard, Lua closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. In the distance, the pond of shadows lay silent under a silky sheen of dawn, its secrets buried for now. Somewhere within, the spirits had finally found their quiet. She thought of the half-formed footprints, the child's apparition, and her grandfather's sorrow-stricken face, and realized that they would linger in her memory forever. But she also felt a spark of life. Her unborn child thrummed gently against her palm, as though urging her forward. Koa wrapped an arm around Lua's waist and escorted her into the home. Inside, they found Aunt Dung placing fresh lotus garlands at the altar. A worn copy of the village register lay open, and she carefully added a new entry, Lotus Guardianship, House of Koa and Lua. She then lit a stick of incense and let its smoke drip toward the ceiling. "May your child know only blessings," she murmured, eyes shining. "And may this lotus remind you always that even in darkness, life can bloom anew." Lua nodded, pressing a hand over her heart. For the first time in many nights, she allowed herself to feel the stirrings of genuine hope. The storm had broken, and though the road ahead would no doubt hold more trials, she knew that, together, they could face whatever storms the spirits might summon. Under the flickering glow of the altar lamp, surrounded by her family, she felt the rustle of new beginnings. Outside, the bamboo gate swung gently in the morning breeze, and a single lotus blossom, small, 7-petaled, golden at its core, opened atop the well of whispers, its fragrance drifting on the air, like a promise of peace. Soon, the villagers would gather to see it, offering praise and cups of tea. And as they marveled at its beauty, Lua closed her eyes, breathing in the sweet, citron scent, certain that Trúc would endure beyond the curse, beyond the pond, and into every new dawn yet to come. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through the drifting clouds, casting a golden haze across the layered rooftops of Trúc village. Although the well of whispers had been cleansed and the pond of shadows seemed placid, something in the air still felt unsettled, like the pause between two beats of a drum. In the Trúc household, life had resumed a fragile normalcy. The family hearth was once again lit each evening, and fresh lotus garlands adorned the new shrine by the well. But beneath the surface, new tensions began to coil like blind serpents. That evening, after the ritual, Lua and Koa led Lan back across the courtyard to their front room. Cow placed Lan in her small, hand-carved cradle near the hearth. The room smelled of lotus and burning sandalwood offered on the altar to appease lingering spirits. Mai poured a cup of warm rice milk into Lua's hands. "Drink this slowly," she instructed, "to strengthen yourself and the child." Lua nodded, but her eyes were drawn to her swollen belly. She worried that the strain of last night's ceremony might have left its mark on her unborn child. She sipped the milk gingerly, as though tasting both comfort and fear. When she laid the cup aside, she noticed Aunt Dung kneeling before a small wooden chest, her hand tracing the carved patterns of interlocking lotuses on its lid. "Do you still keep the old bones?" Lua asked softly. "The bones of the monk who once tended the well of whispers." Aunt Dung lifted her head, her dark eyes shadowed with concern. "Yes," she said. "They rest in here." I nearly forgot them in the chaos, but then I felt his presence tonight more insistent than the others. The well of whispers may have released many souls, but that old monk's spirit lingers. I believe he has something to tell us. Koa frowned. Tell us what? That he expects another sacrifice. Aunt Dung shook her head. No. Not a sacrifice of flesh, but a revelation of bloodlines. He warned me in a dream, the child in Lua's womb shares the same spirit lineage as the pond's original guardian. If we do not honor that lineage, the child and the village will be in jeopardy. Lua's hand fluttered to her stomach as though she could feel the unborn child listening. How can we honor a lineage we barely understand? She whispered. Aunt Dung rose, retrieving a small bundle of yellowed parchments from the chest. These are the monk's final writings. Call them the mandate of the Lotus Guardian. They speak of a family blessed with the duty to protect the pond's sacred balance. It was said that one in every generation would be born with a lotus birthmark, 3 thin lines radiating out from the navel, like petals. Lua stared at her own stomach, willing herself to feel for any raised mark beneath her tunic. She shook her head, tears pricking her eyes. I do not see any mark. How will we know? Aunt Dung drew a trembling breath. The mark may not appear until the child's first breath. We must keep the baby safe until that moment. But there is more. The mandate says that if a true guardian is born, the pond's waters will glow at midnight on the first full moon after birth. Only then can the child's role be confirmed. A hush fell over the room as Koa processed the weight of her words. If our child is the guardian, he said, then the pond will transform at the next full moon. And if she is not? His voice quivered with dread. Then the lineage will pass from our family forever, Aunt Dung explained. But all families tied to the pond must know, for the waters have a memory of those who once walked its edge. If unused or if a guardian is never born, the curse could return with a terrible vengeance. Mai exchanged glances with Mrs. Lan, whose vacant expression betrayed a mixture of relief, fear, and exhaustion. We cannot let that happen, Mai said quietly. Not after everything we have endured. That night, a thin silver moon rose above the village, its light reflected like molten steel on the still surface of the pond. With a quiet murmur, Siyu Tuong had assembled a small contingent of elder families to prepare offerings. Torches flanked the bamboo barricades, and villagers placed lotus buds in shallow clay bowls around the well. Cracks in the clay glowed with candlelight, making each bowl appear as if it held a tiny sun. By the well, Mistress Lone and Master Tien performed a brief ceremony. They chanted a litany of redemption that blended local verses with sutras passed down through generations. Their voices, a soothing unison, echoed like a heartbeat against the night. The gathered villagers repeated each line in a slow, trance-like cadence, their palms pressed together in reverence. As the chant came to its close, a hush settled. The bamboo barricades trembled. A sudden wave of warmth rippled through the crowd, as if the pond itself exhaled in relief. At that moment, the pale blossoms of the lotus buds began to stir, as though awakening after a long sleep. Lua, standing behind the group, held Lan in her arms. The child's eyes were wide, fixed on the well's center where a single golden lotus bud floated, its petals unfurling as if in proud defiance of the murky water. Aunt Dung, beside Lua, whispered, "Look. The guardian's bloom appears every time the world is in need of its light." Koa, seeing the golden lotus, felt a surge of emotion. He turned to Lua, whose cheeks glowed in the torchlight. A single tear welled in her eye. "Our child," he breathed. "The child of our love, she is the guardian." Lan let out a small laugh, pointing at the looming blossom as though drawn to its brilliance. In that instant, Lua pressed a hand to her belly, feeling the baby flutter within her like a moth escaping its chrysalis. "Yes," she whispered, voice trembling. "Our daughter is the guardian. We must protect her with our lives." The next morning, a palpable sense of anticipation hovered over Tan Trúc. Families spoke in hushed tones about the golden lotus that had bloomed, forewarning spirits to witness their own passing, and for the new guardian to receive her birthright. But that day, a new visitor arrived, a caravan of traders led by a charismatic stranger named Tran Huyen, whose sari-like robe and box lute set him apart from villagers' usual attire. Tran Huyen claimed to be a traveling bard and scholar from the far southern kingdoms, seeking stories of ancient spirits to set to song. His eyes, dark as burnt peat, glimmered with curiosity when he heard of the golden lotus. "A guardian child?" he asked, his voice a smooth tremor. "Such tales are rare. May I witness this phenomenon for myself at the next full moon." Si Yu Tuong, wary but gracious, allowed Tran Huyen to stay in the village on one unusual condition: he must share any songs or writings he composed with the villagers, recording their own history, especially regarding the pond and the well. "Take heed," Si Yu Tuong warned the bard. "We have offered blood and devotion to the spirits. Our village's balance depends on this child. Do not mock our customs." Tran Huyen inclined his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Of course, venerable elder. I seek only to learn, to weave your story into song for all to hear." As Tran Huyen's caravan settled in the main square, its silks and spices perfuming the air, Koa and Lua observed him with trepidation. In Lua's still troubled mind lurked a nagging fear: what if someone covets the guardian child's power? Could a stranger, drawn by legend alone, harbor sinister intentions? At midday, Koa found Tran Huyen playing a mournful melody on his lute near the Pond of Shadows. The sunlight rippled on the water's surface, and a breeze stirred the bamboo leaves into a hushed chorus. Koa crossed his arms, stepping onto a flat stone by the water's edge. "I hear you wish to witness the golden lotus," Koa said, voice measured. The bard did not look up immediately, his fingers trailing across the lute strings in a tender caress. "Yes," he replied at last, meeting Koa's gaze with steady eyes. "There is power in a guardian's bloom, power that can banish curses and also, if wielded wrongly, invite greater darkness." Koa's jaw tightened. Our ritual has proven that our people's reverence is genuine. But power so young must be guarded, lest it be exploited. Tran Huyen nodded slowly. I understand your caution. But know this, stories are born of power. If the golden lotus fades, who will remember those who fell? I offer to record every detail, every verse of your rites, so that the guardian's legacy and the spirit's sacrifice will endure beyond this generation. Koa's shoulders relaxed fractionally. Very well, he said. You may stay. But any sign of ill intent, and you will leave at once. Tran Huyen offered a faint bow, then turned to his lute. As he played, the mournful melody drifted across the village, stirring memories of lost lives and whispered promises. By the time the song ended, a hush had fallen over the pond. Koa clasped his hands behind his back and strode away. That evening, Isaac, Louis' trusted midwife and confidant, arrived at the tan truck home bearing a small lacquered box. The herbalist in Ngia Market sent this, she announced. He said it might help prevent complications during birth. In it are rare roots and petals, moonflower, star anise, and a pinch of powdered lotus pollen. Louis' eyes drifted to the weighted table in the corner, where the night silver bowl held the golden lotus from the well. When the time comes, Louis whispered, I want this pollen mixed into my tea. Mrs. Lan stirred a bowl of steaming broth, its fragrant steam curling toward the rafters. We shall prepare at dusk. Until then, rest. The baby's first movement will be the sign that the spirits have truly accepted her. As darkness fell, a hush descended upon the village. Lanterns flickered in every doorway like watchful eyes. The rain returned gentle at first, then building into a chorus of pattering on thatch roofs. Within the tan truck home, Koa and Lua knelt side by side before the altar, offering silent prayers. Lua closed her eyes, hands folded over her belly, feeling Lanon's gentle flutter like a bird's wing seeking freedom. Momentarily, she glimpsed her grandfather's stooped silhouette at the courtyard's edge, smiling and fading into the mist. It was as though he were blessing the child he had never held. Koa placed a reassuring hand on her back. Our daughter will be born at dawn, he murmured. The full moon rises in 6 nights. We have little time to prepare. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind snapped the lantern's flame, leaving the room in near darkness. The chanting of rain grew louder, and a faint, sorrowful cry echoed from somewhere outside like the wail of a child lost just beneath the water's surface. Lua gasped, clutching Koa's hands tightly. It returns, she whispered through clenched teeth. Even now, on the eve of her birth, the spirits cry out. Koa rose, stroking her hair. Stay here. I will go to Aunt Dung and Mistress Lone. We will ensure our home remains safe. He left her in the dim glow of the altar's incense coals. As the front door closed behind him, Lua felt the hush press in on her like a cold cloak. Lanon squirmed, letting out a soft wail that echoed the distant cries of the pond's ghosts. Lua rocked her daughter gently, trying to soothe them both, but her heart pounded in her chest like a war drum. She thought of the golden lotus, still afloat in the well's murky depths, an emblem both of promise and peril. The child within her carried that promise, the power to protect or to destroy. And in the night's darkest hour, before the moon rose to cast its silver light upon the pond, Lua understood that the real trial had only just begun. Because the spirits, once freed, could choose not to remain silent, and one final lament might seal the fate of every soul in Tan Trúc. The first rays of dawn painted the eastern sky a pale rose as Lua's labor pains intensified in the Tan Trúc household. The family's small front room, once filled with the warm glow of Lotus-inspired lanterns, now felt tense and wavering, as though any sudden breath might shatter its fragile peace. Koa knelt beside her, his rough hand pressing gently to her belly, as Aunt Dung and Mrs. Lan moved swiftly to prepare herbal compresses. The midwife, Isaac, hovered nearby, her face solemn yet determined. Lua's breaths came in ragged gasps. Each wave of pain coursed through her like a jagged bolt of lightning, and the baby's fluttering kicks felt to her as though two tiny fists were punching from within. Koa braided his fingers through her hair, whispering soft prayers, but his eyes flicked constantly toward the tall windows that framed a trembling view of the pond of shadows. In the pre-dawn half-light, the water's surface mirrored a cold steel gray, disturbed only by ripples where unseen sand swirled below. Lua wondered if the unborn guardian could sense the pond's ancient sorrow, how its currents stirred with the knowledge that, in mere hours, a new life would arrive to claim its birthright. "Breathe, Lua," Isaac urged, her calm voice a tether to sanity. She pressed a hot herbal compress to Lua's lower back, murmuring incantations that blended local vernacular with ancient Buddhist sutras. "Each breath carries your daughter closer to the world. Do not fear her birth, fear only hesitation." Lua nodded between pained breaths, her hazel eyes glassy with tears. "I am afraid," she whimpered. "I feel the pond awaiting her. As if the spirits linger, crowding the edges of my mind." Mrs. Lan exchanged a worried glance with Koa, whose grip tightened on Lua's hand. "You are strong, my child," Mrs. Lan said. "Your grandmother's blood heritage flows in you. The guardian birthmark, should it appear, will bind your daughter to the pond's legacy. We must be vigilant." She adjusted the makeshift bedding beneath Lua and offered her a small porcelain cup of lotus-petaled tea. "Drink this now." Lua lifted the cup, though each movement threatened to jolt a fresh contraction. As the sweet, fragrant liquid soothed her parched throat, she glimpsed the swirling surface of the pond a final time before the door closed behind her. She sensed the watching presence of unseen eyes, spirits crouched in the reeds, waiting like fugitives hiding just beneath the water's surface. They were not yet satisfied. By midday, the news of Lua's labor had spread from the Tan Trúc home to every corner of the village. Neighbors gathered outside, bowing heads in silent prayers, hands clasped like birds folded against their hearts. Some carried offerings, fresh yams, baskets of lotus buds, even small clay pots of honey meant to sweeten the newborn's life. Others, particularly the more superstitious, stood at a guarded distance, murmuring that Louis' birth would be the hinge upon which the fate of Tan Trúc would turn. In the rebellious swirl of village politics, some families still smoldering with resentment over land disputes, the guardian's arrival was as much a symbol of unity as it was a source of dread. If the child bore the birthmark, she would wield a kind of spiritual authority that cut deeper than any earthly feud. Outside the Tan Trúc home, Master Tien paced, his crimson robe flapping in the humid breeze that moved through the courtyard like a wary animal. He had stayed since yesterday's vigil, knowing that the guardian's birth would be an event that shaped the pond's future. At his back, Mistress Lone remained silent, her gaze drifting between the door and the pond rising beyond the perimeter of bamboo stakes. She gripped a small bound volume, the Mandate of the Lotus Guardian, reverently, as though it were a sacred relic that thrummed with its own living heart. At last, Siyu Tuong arrived, his shaggy white beard moving like a living vine as he bowed before Master Tien. "The time draws near," the elder said. "We have tended the pond," offered Lotus, "in 100 forms. Yet still the water churns with the restlessness of old souls. They sense the child's coming." Master Tien nodded, his sharp obsidian eyes unblinking. "We have done all we can," he replied. "Now the rest lies with the guardian herself and with her mother's unshakable resolve." He closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. "When she draws her first breath, the pond's voice will stir. Let us hope it finds harmony at our daughter's arrival." Behind them, loud murmurs rose as the villagers assembled by the bamboo barricade, a sea of shivering forms on rickety walkways. Some pressed forward to catch a glimpse of the pond's surface, which, at that moment, rippled beneath the midday sun, each wave reflecting 1,000 flecks of light. Children stared in wonder, parents crossed themselves, and the entire village paused, as if holding its collective breath until Louis' cries signaled the birth of Tan Truc's future. Inside, deep in labor's thrall, Lua felt the world recede to a single point of pain and hope. Koa knelt at her side, his rough chin stub bled with 2 days' growth, his features drawn tight with exhaustion and unwavering devotion. He murmured prayers into her ear, reciting lines from the Mandate of the Lotus Guardian, verses about patience, compassion, and the vow to protect the sanctity of all life. Each phrase seemed to infuse Lua with strength, as though her soul were being steadied by the words of her ancestors. Aunt Dung and Isaac exchanged steps around the cramped space, their movements precise. When a contraction rippled through Lua's being, Isaac murmured a chant as she adjusted the herbal compress. Aunt Dung, her dark hair tied back in a severe knot, unwrapped a length of lotus-embroidered silk cord she had prepared, 3 strands white, gold, and jade braided in an ancient pattern. She knelt beside Lua. "When your daughter's head crowns, take this cord and bind it to her right wrist. Her guardian lineage will be known by the lotus birthmark, but this cord shall mark her regardless in a time of need." She pressed the cord into Lua's trembling hand. "Do not let us forget." Murmurs of a single child's cry surfaced from somewhere in Lua's mind as the next contraction rolled in. She bit her lip, squeezed Koa's hand, and summoned her remaining strength. The pain peaked, and she let out a primal wail as the room's air seemed to constrict. Isaac placed her hands on Lua's lower abdomen, guiding the newborn through that final passage. The midwife's face contorted in concentration, her lips moving in silent prayer. At that moment, the wide window flaps rattled, and a sudden gust of wind swept through, rustling the incense smoke and stirring the curtains in a frenzied dance. Outside, the pond's surface bucked, sending small waves lapping against the bamboo barricade. A distant chorus of cries rose from the assembled villagers, a collective murmur of expectancy as rumors reached them that the moment had come. With one final shudder, Lua felt a wave of release as newborn lungs drew in their first breaths. Koa leaned forward, his voice a tremor of astonishment and relief. "She is alive," he whispered. "She is here." A tiny, wailing cry reverberated through the room as the baby's eyes clouded with the blur of infancy swept over the faces surrounding her. Isaac swiftly wiped the child's body clean, revealing the faintest blush of skin. Aunt Dung leaned closer, the braided lotus cord laid beside her. For an instant, neither spoke, then Aunt Dung uttered a single word, "Mark." She took the newborn from Isaac's careful embrace. In the flickering candlelight, Koa and Lua watched, breath held, as Aunt Dung turned the baby's small torso. Beneath the swirling pattern of her vernix, a birthmark gleamed, 3 pale lines radiating from the navel, each so fine it was almost invisible, like the delicate veins of a lotus petal. The guardian had come. Lua stifled a sob, her fingers curling into the blankets. Koa's knees buckled, and he sank to the floor, head bowed. "The guardian, she is the guardian," he whispered. Their daughter's lotus nimbus, as the mandate called it, was revealed at last, a sign that she would carry within her the pond's sorrow and its promise of renewal. Siu Tuong, summoned by the first cries, entered the room, his old knees creaking. At the sight of the birthmark, he closed his eyes and nodded, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. 8,000 centuries of darkness have led to you, young one, he murmured. You shall be Tan Truck's light. Mistress Lone approached as well, holding a porcelain bowl filled with a mixture of lotus pollen and star anise. Purify her, she whispered, gently dabbing the fragrant powder on the child's tiny forehead. We bind your spirit to the lotus's purity. She sprinkled a few droplets of sanctified water over the newborn's skin, then stroked a stray lock of hair away from her forehead. May your life be long and your mercy boundless. As the first flickers of dawn's pink glow began to pierce the windows, Lua reached out to cradle her daughter, tears of wonder and exhaustion mingling on her cheeks. The baby looked up at her mother with wide, dark eyes that seemed to hold the reflection of the pond's still surface, as though she had known its depths even before drawing breath. By late morning, a subdued celebration swept through Tan Truck village. Word of the guardian's birth traveled fast, villagers gathered in small clusters, quietly setting aside petty rivalries and land grievances, united by the knowledge that their future now rested in the hands of a single fragile infant. The golden lotus that had floated last night's ceremony was relocated to the large shrine by the pond, where it continued to glow with an unearthly radiance, as though thanking the newborn for fulfilling its destiny. Tran Huyen arrived at the Tan Truck home, lute in hand, and presented himself at the entrance. His dark eyes held a mixture of awe and respect as he bowed to Lua and Koa. I offer my humble song, he said, his voice a soft murmur. May it honor both your child and the spirits of this sacred pond. He settled under a blossoming plum tree in the courtyard, placing his lute across his lap. As villagers formed a semicircle around him, elders seated on bamboo stools, children perched on stone ledges, he plucked a single chord that rippled through the air like a gentle wave. Then, in a voice both haunting and tender, he began to sing. In depths where lies the shattered dream, a lotus sleeps in darkness seem. Awaken now, O righteous child. With tear-shaped mark, the curse is filed. O spirit born from watery graves, unite the broken with the brave. May Tan Truck's heart revive anew, with lotus light, and love most true. As the final verse drifted into silence, a hush fell upon the crowd. Even the caw of a distant crow seemed hushed as if in reverence. In the courtyard, Koa lowered his head, pressing a kiss to the baby's forehead. Lua felt a shiver of profound gratitude and acknowledgement that, at the cusp of her own exhaustion and fear, she had given birth to the village's future. But beneath the surface of their relief, a newfound responsibility ebbed and flowed like subaquatic currents. The golden lotus's reluctant glow had signaled a fragile truce between Tan Truck's living and its restless dead. Now that the guardian had come, her very existence would tie the pond's fate to hers. Every whispered word, every overlooked ember of resentment carried the potential to reignite the pond's ancient wrath. Mistress Lone, her fine talon-like fingers resting on the mandate's pages, glanced toward the pond and raised her voice with an urgency that cut through the hushed crowd. Listen well, villagers of Tan Truck. The guardian's birth marks a new covenant. She shall be the living bridge between our realm and the pond's sacred depths. But beware, as long as her mark lies bare upon her flesh, the pond shall know her blood, and spirits shall watch with yearning eyes. Let every parent bring her gifts of lotus on the first full moon of her life, and let no deed mar the sanctity of its shores. Should we fail, the pond's sorrow will return tenfold. A murmur of assent rose among the villagers. They bowed their heads, solemn and resolved. Only a few cast wary glances at Lua's house, as though wondering how such a tiny child could command the weight of their entire community's hopes. In the hush that followed, Tran Huyen rose and bowed to the newly anointed guardian, his voice a hushed tone of sincere reverence. O child of lotus light, may your life be a beacon. Though your path winds through storm and shadow, know that your people stand beside you. May the melodies you inspire banish all fear. With that, he stepped back, allowing the villagers to approach the baby one by one, offering small gifts of lotus petals, handmade talismans, and sweet rice cakes. The air around the Tan Truck home felt sacred, charged with possibility and quiet marvel. Koa accepted each offering with a heavy bow, while Lua held Lan on like a priceless treasure, blinking up at the faces around her with awestruck innocence. As midday sun rose higher, Aunt Dung and Isaac led the family inside to rest. The bamboo doors closed behind them with a resolute thud, like the final page of an ancient text. The courtyard fell into a reverent quiet, the only movement the pond's surface, which now strained toward a deeper shade of emerald, as though, for a fleeting moment, the waters themselves reached for the newborn guardian's reflection. In the small front room, the hush felt immense. Lua lay back upon the hemp-stuffed mattress, her head spinning with relief, joy, and a lingering tremor of fear. Koa settled beside her, his strong arms enfolding them both. The midwife busied herself preparing restive tinctures to ease Lua's postpartum pain, while Aunt Dung smoothed the silk cord over the guardian's tiny wrist, the braided lotus cord marking her as the village's chosen protector. Lua closed her eyes, willing herself to believe that the worst was past. Yet in the hush, she recalled the eerie glow that had baked the golden lotus until it shone with unnatural brilliance, and the ripple beneath the pond's depths that foretold unrest. She wondered, was the covenant sealed? Or was it only a fleeting calm before a new storm? Aunt Dung approached, placing the mandate of the Lotus Guardian gently in Lua's lap. "Read this," she said softly. "When you feel your strength return, let its words guide you. The Guardian's path will not be easy, for the spirits will test her and you time and again." With trembling fingers, Lua unfolded the yellowed scroll. Beneath the delicate calligraphy she traced earlier, new passages had appeared, lines she was certain had not been there before. They spoke of a threat that transcended the pond's sorrow, a malevolent force born of greed, betrayal, and an ancient grudge. A hunger older than any mortal heart. As the words sank in, a low, mournful drone echoed from the bamboo beams like distant singing carried on the wind. Koa's arms tightened around Lua, sensing the shift in the room's energy. "What does it say?" he whispered. Lua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she read aloud, "Beware the price of broken vows. The land remembers each sin. Should a guardian stray from the path of compassion, the curse shall find not only the pond's edge but devour the fields that feed the village. The Lotus Guardian's blood must shine pure as the fallen flame." She looked up, voice quavering with shock. "The mandate, it warns of something beyond the pond. Something that will feast upon not just our sorrow, but our livelihoods, our crops, our homes. It says the Guardian's devotion must never waver. If she falters, then Trúc will drown in regret." Koa's expression hardened with determination. "We will not fail her." But in the deep hush, the faintest trickle of water reached their ears, the pond's surface stirring once more, as though disturbed by an unseen presence moving just beneath the green depths. Outside, dark clouds gathered despite the sun's return, and the hush in the courtyard seemed to pulse, as though a primeval drumbeat echoed from the earth itself. As Lua and Koa embraced their fragile daughter, they knew that the village's future, indeed, the fate of every soul living along the pond of shadows, hinged now on a baby whose first breath had brought both hope and dread. The mandate's warnings shone like moonlight on still water, pure but capable of reflecting darker truths below the surface. And so, as midday shifted toward dusk, Trúc stood at a crossroads between redemption and ruin, awaiting the next stir of wind to herald the test of the Lotus Guardian. The pond lay silent for now, its emerald glow a silent promise and a veiled threat, as the first day of Lua's daughter's life drew to a close like the final line of an unfinished chapter, waiting for the next breath to be written. Morning mist clung to the edges of Trúc village as whispers of unease traveled along the narrow footpaths. Since the birth of the Lotus Guardian, a fragile optimism had settled over the hamlet, but now, with the mandate's ominous warning echoing in every mind, that optimism felt tenuous, as though one misstep might shatter it completely. The pond gleamed in the half-light, its surface deceptively calm, while the golden lotus remained aflame in the large shrine beside the water, its glow unwavering despite the gray sky. Inside the tan truck home, Lou arose with care, still exhausted from the labor of giving birth. The baby guardian slept against her chest, swaddled in the lotus-braided cord that marked her as protector. Sunlight filtered through papered windows, illuminating dance-like motes of dust that drifted through the warm air. Koa stood at a low window, watching the villagers gather around the pond, each clinging to lotus petals or small talismans. Today was the first full day since the guardian's birth, and already many families had begun planting lotus seeds along the pond's edge. Yet all this was overshadowed by the unspoken question, what malevolent force threatened them now? A soft knock echoed from the front door. Koa hurried to open it, revealing Tran Huyen standing in a simple tunic, his lute slung across his back. His gaze flicked toward the sleeping child in Lua's arms, and his expression softened. "I come bearing news and a request," he said quietly. "Word has reached me that several fields near the western rice terraces have begun to wither overnight. Crops that were vibrant yesterday show brown, curling stalks today. If this spreads, the village will face famine." Koa's jaw clenched. "We have scarcely recovered from the pond's curse. Now this." He closed the door behind the bard and ushered him inside. Lua sat on a low stool, gently rocking the guardian. She offered a faint smile to Tran Huyen. "Please, tell us more." Tran Huyen nodded, taking a careful step forward. "I was traveling along the old irrigation channel this morning, hoping to record the song of birds near the citrus groves. Instead, I saw entire swathes of rice leaning in yellow despair as though burned by frost. But the air was warm. And when I approached, I sensed a weight and unnatural heaviness as though the earth itself had been poisoned. I could almost hear a whisper crawling through the corpses of grain, telling them to die." Koa's eyes narrowed. "You believe it to be supernatural? Not merely disease or drought?" Tran Huyen reached into his satchel and withdrew a folded parchment. He flattened it on the table, revealing a rough map of the western fields. "Illness in the soil can spread," he agreed, "but I felt a malign presence akin to the one that haunted the Pond of Shadows before the Guardian's birth. It's as though the malevolence has awakened a deeper wound, the ancient grudge buried beneath our land. Now it festers, spreading rot through the fields." Lua's face tightened as she placed the guardian in Koa's arms. "Then we must act. What does the mandate require? If the guardian is to fulfill her purpose, our land must be cleansed, too." Aunt Dung entered quietly, her needlework set aside. Mistress Lone followed, carrying a small bowl of lotus-infused water. Mumbling a greeting, Aunt Dung studied the map and then raised her head. The mandate said that if the guardian falters from compassion, if we neglect the balance of life, then the curse will devour not only the pond but all things that feed us. The rice terraces once belonged to the temple lands, reclaimed by villagers generations ago. Our neglect of the old boundary markers freed ghosts of indebtedness, whose rage now turns against our sustenance. Mistress Lone nodded as she poured the lotus water into a clay cup. We must renew the ancient pacts. Offer rice, tea, and honey to the spirits of the terraces. Each family must atone for the land they forcibly claimed. Otherwise, the guardian's birth may mean nothing if our fields die. Lua placed a gentle kiss on her daughter's forehead. Summon the villagers. We will hold a rite of reconciliation at the West Terrace tonight, under the lanterns, before the full moon rises. She met Koa's gaze. Will you lead them, my love? Koa nodded, determination ringing in his tone. I will. But we need organization. I will ask Siu Tuong to invite all the households whose fields border those terraces. At midday, the village square buzzed with urgency. Koa stood on a low wooden platform, flanked by Siu Tuong, Aunt Dung, and Mistress Lone. Tran Huyen sat among the villagers, poised to record the new ritual. Each household representative clutched a small pouch of rice, tea leaves, and honey ginger cakes, their faces lined with worry. The shadow of failing harvests weighed upon them, made fiercer by memories of the pond's curse. Siu Tuong raised his staff. By the mandate of the Lotus Guardian, we summon all families whose fields touch the western terraces. Come forward now, bearing the tokens of your atonement. Tonight, under the full moon, we shall right the wrongs of our forebears or face the ruin of all we love. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Several farmers stepped forward, including the grizzled man who had voiced protest during the pond ceremony. He bowed his head, then placed his pouch of rice on a woven mat spread before the platform. Others followed. A family of weavers bore allocated cups of tea, a young couple offered honey ginger cakes, their hands trembling. As each offering was laid, Mistress Lone sprinkled lotus water upon it, invoking blessings and forgiveness. When the last farmer knelt, Aunt Dung ascended the platform and unfurled the mandate scroll. She read aloud in a clear voice. By the duty of the guardian's blood, the land must remember its bond to the pond and to each soul that relies upon its bounty. Let each family vow in sincerity, no greed shall again break the boundaries of life, no glutted hunger shall eclipse compassion. Restore the markers of old. Tend the earth as sacred trust. Only then shall poison flee, and crops bloom as lotus in the mire. A hush fell as her words echoed over the square. Families bowed their heads, pledging to restore boundary lines with bamboo stakes and to abstain from filling any waterway for extra planting. The pledge was solemn and loud, vowing to share the rice yield with families who had lost fields in the original land grabs. Each vow resonated like a pulse of hope. Tran Huyen, moved by the gravity, began a low chant in his sonorous voice. The villagers joined in, raising their pouches toward the sky as if offering them to unseen spirits above. The chant rose in a single wave, carrying petals of lotus from Mistress Lone's hand to drift across the square like pale blossoms in flight. As dusk fell, Koa, Siu Tuong, and attendants carried the pouches, incense, and lanterns in a solemn procession to the western terraces. The full moon hovered at the horizon like a watchful eye. Along the path, torches cast flickering shadows on rock walls, and villagers lined either side, heads bowed in reverence. At the terrace's edge, aged boundary stones, still etched with ancient temple inscriptions, glimmered in moonlight. Beneath them, the earth held faint traces of vanished canal borders, now only moist furrows converging on cracked fields. Koa knelt before the oldest marker, a weathered stone carved with lotus motifs. He laid his pouch of rice atop a wooden bowl, spilling grains onto the ground so that they scattered like a trail of pearls. Each grain struck silver beneath the moon. He poured tea into a carved ladle of sandalwood and let it pool into a shallow depression before the stone. The scent of tea rose like an incense offering to the night sky. Finally, he held a honeyed cake in both hands and placed it at the base of the marker, where moonbeams spilled across it like molten gold. With steady breath, Koa stepped back and gave a deep bow. Spirits of the Tartarian fields, we restore what we have taken. Forgive our ancestors their foolishness, and accept these tokens as the seed of our repentance. Behind him, Siu Tuong repeated the vow in an age-old dialect: by blood pledged, by lotus sanctified, we honor the dead and vow our duty. May the fields bear fruit again, and may the guardian's light shield us from ruin. As the last syllable left Siu Tuong's lips, a hush fell over the terraces. The air rippled, and the fields, which had looked brown and brittle just hours before, trembled as though woken by a spectral hand. A faint green mist rose from the cracked soil, coalescing above the boundary stone in a swirl of motes. The villagers watched with awe as the earth sighed, the air warmed, and the first threads of new grass, pale green and fragile, grew in concentric circles around the marker. The chant resumed, rising then falling in a harmonious cadence. Lotus petals, carried by the breeze, drifted from the shrine lanterns toward the terraces, settling on the newly sprouting blades of grass as though crowning them with hope. Even the pond in the distance glowed faintly, its surface reflecting the full moon's silver face like a guardian's watchful eye. Yet as the procession retraced its steps toward the village, Aunt Dung glanced back at the terrace fields, her expression troubled. "The work has begun," she whispered to Lua, who followed on tiptoe to keep her eyes on the swaddled guardian cradled by Koa. But there is something in the mandate, an unspoken caveat: if a guardian's compassion wanes, the curse may turn not only upon fields but upon our very homes. The child is safe now, but her path remains fraught. Lua's heart clenched. She bit her lip. We must nurture her, guard her spirit to ensure she never forgets the worth of mercy. Meanwhile, as dawn approached and the village settled into uneasy rest, Tran Huyen stood apart, his lute silent at his side. He gazed at the moon dipping toward the distant hills, ruminating on the events of the night. He had witnessed both miracles and warnings, a newborn bearing the guardian's mark, boundaries renewed by heartfelt atonement, and the fields beginning to heal themselves in moonlight. Yet he sensed an undercurrent he could not name, an unspoken tension that rippled like an undersea current. He suspected that his own destiny had intertwined with Tan Truck's fate on this moonlit night. With dawn's final glow cresting the horizon, he turned his steps toward the Tan Truck home, knowing that his song, while now full of praise, must yet carry the cautionary verses, that power left unchecked, even under the auspices of a guardian's birth, could slip into folly or despair. He must record not only the triumphs but the shadows that pressed at the edges of this fledgling piece. Back inside the Tan Truck home, Lua lay on her straw mattress, her newborn guardian asleep against her chest in the lotus gourd. Koa knelt beside her, exhaustion etched on every line of his face. Aunt Dung placed the mandate of the Lotus Guardian on a small table beside them. Mistress Lone added a fresh bowl of blessed water, ceremonial lotus tears, as she called them, before settling to meditate quietly. Lua reached a trembling hand toward the scroll. "Read to me," she whispered. "Remind me of what we have vowed." Koa took the scroll in his hand. In the lantern's soft glow, he read, "Vibnet. Guard well the balance of sorrow and grace. For fields that feed the living cannot thrive if memory is drowned. Let each grain honor a spirit's cost. Let each blossom remind the heart, compassion redeems the fallen, and mercy shields the innocent." Lua closed her eyes, tears slipping down her cheeks as the guardian stirred, her tiny fist brushing against her mother's collarbone. In that tender moment, Lua felt the weight of her daughter's lineage, the promise of protection, the risk of catastrophe. Yet above all, she felt an unshakable love, fierce enough to face any shadow the pond's ancient spirits might send. In the quiet hush of dawn, as lotus petals drifted to rest on the newly sprouting grass of the western terraces, Lua vowed, "I will teach you compassion, my child. I will guard your spirit fiercely. For if you falter, the curse will return, but if you flourish, our village shall live in peace." And in the silent watch of the moon's fading glow, the pond of shadows lay still, its depths reflecting the first pink radiance of morning, waiting to witness the guardian's path, a path woven of lotus light, ripe with both promise and peril. Nearly 3 months had passed since the guardian's birth, and Tan Truck village had begun to settle into a cautious harmony. The western terraces, once afflicted with blight, now shimmered with tender green shoots of rice. Each morning, dew-laden lotus blossoms lined the pond's edge, their pastel petals reflecting in the water like fragile lanterns. Villagers honored their promises, bamboo stakes marked the old boundaries, and families shared yams and tea from their harvests. And every night, near the Well of Whispers, lotus undertones drifted through the air as families recited the mandate's verses, ensuring the memory of their vows remained vibrant. Inside the Tan Truck home, Lua watched her daughter, whom they had named Mai Lan, grow with wonder. Mai Ian's birthmark, the 3 slender lines radiating from her navel, had been the first sign of her guardian role. Now she toddled across straw mats and bamboo floors with surprising confidence, her dark eyes reflecting an ancient intelligence. Each time she squealed with delight at a fluttering butterfly or reached for a lotus petal in Lua's hand, her presence felt like a living balm to the village's lingering wounds. But beneath the surface of thriving crops and peaceful nights lay a persistent tension, the mandate's warning that if a guardian's compassion faltered, the curse would return even more fiercely. To guard against complacency, the family maintained daily rituals. Koa, now a respected leader among the villagers, rose each dawn to place fresh lotus offerings at the shrine beside the pond. He and Aunt Dung recited sutras meant to reinforce the covenant, while Mistress Lone distributed small sealed scrolls of salt and powdered pollen inscribed with protective runes. At night, before the moon sank beyond the palm thatch, Lua would rock Mylan to sleep and whisper the ancient words, "Remember the balance of sorrow and grace. Our love is the lotus that bridges the living and the lost." One late afternoon, when the sky was streaked with sunset clouds, Tran Huyen arrived at the tan truck home again, this time carrying a bound folio of new chants. His travels, he said, had taken him to distant temples where he learned subtle variations on the lotus mantras. The villagers gathered on the earthen courtyard, eager for his songs, while children chased each other between torches lit in advance of the evening ceremony. Lua and Koa watched from the threshold as he struck a single note on his lute, a clear, haunting resonance that stilled the rustling banana leaves. As dusk deepened to ink blue then to midnight's velvet, Tran Huyen led the villagers in a new chant, its melody looping like a river's current. By blooming petal, by seeded gold, we pledge the future, we guard the old. Our hearts, like leaves, bear dew for kin. Though storm may lash, let love win. The villagers repeated the lines with spirit, their voices rising into the warm evening air and vibrating the fronds of palm trees overhead. Mylan, cradled in Lua's arms, clapped her tiny hands, mesmerized by the swaying flames of the torches. Nearby, Aunt Dung and Mistress Lone sprinkled lotus-infused water onto the group, their gestures precise and solemn. When the chant concluded, a hush fell. The pond's surface, brightened by the moon's reflection, rippled gently as though a breeze passed beneath the water. At that moment, Koa felt a subtle tremor in the ground, a faint shifting, almost imperceptible. He bent to check the soil, but found only the muddy earth, still damp from earlier rains. He exchanged a brief glance with Aunt Dung. She frowned, as though sensing something he could not yet name. "Something stirs," Aunt Dung whispered to Lua, her voice barely audible above the soft hum of insects. "But is it the good spirits, awakened by our devotion? Or an echo of the old curse, testing our vigilance?" Lua's hand settled protectively over Ian's tiny shoulder. "As long as we hold true to each other, we will detect any danger. We must remain watchful." Unbeknownst to them, not all eyes that watched the chant belonged to villagers. From the shadowed thicket between an old sugarcane patch and the edge of a mossy banyan, two pairs of narrowed eyes followed Tran Huyen's movements. A woman with hair like tangled night veiled her features, while a lanky man beside her smirked at the villagers' prayers. They wore plain clothes, threadbare tunics patched with faded fabric, yet their presence emanated a cold needle of menace. As the ceremony finished, Tran Huyen gathered his lute and bowed to the villagers. Lua's lips parted in a polite nod, but her gaze flickered to the treeline, where shadows blended with the gathering dusk. She noticed the dark silhouette of the woman slip away. She alerted Koa with a nudge and a brief murmured warning, "Strangers in the shadows." Koa's eyes narrowed as he glimpsed the retreating figures, but by the time he stood, the shadows had swallowed them. The courtyard doors closed swiftly, cutting off sight of the intruders. Concern coiled in his gut, but he chose not to alarm the village. Instead, he trusted Aunt Dung's intuition. That night, as the family gathered in the front room around a new bowl of lotus broth, a nourishing stew of rice, petals, and ginger, Aunt Dung set the mandate scroll between them. Koa and Lua shared their observations. There were two strangers, Koa said quietly. They seemed to watch the ceremony, then melted back into the thicket. They did not approach us, but I could feel their hunger like foreigners to our ways, eager for something they should not have. Aunt Dung's dark eyes glittered with resolve. We must remain vigilant. The mandate warns that if outsiders covet the Guardian's power, they may seek to undermine our covenant. Lua tightened her grip on my Lan, who lay dozing against her chest, her tiny fist curled around a sprig of lotus leaf. What can we do? She asked. We cannot catch every wandering soul before they slip away. Aunt Dung tapped her slender fingers on the mandate. We deepen the ritual. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall consecrate the boundaries with protective sigils bound by rice and salt. We shall station watchers at each entry point. And we will teach the young ones the songs so that their voices may rise to alert us if strangers approach. Mistress Lone, sitting cross-legged by the hearth, nodded in agreement. I will contract 2 sentries, children of the Luong family, to patrol the bamboo groves. They are nimble and discreet. If they sense ill intent, they shall come straight to me. Tran Huyen, listening quietly from the corner, intervened. I, too, will help. My journeys have acquainted me with folk charms from distant provinces. I can prepare small talismans strung with lotus pods and brushed with pine resin infused with chants I learned from mountain seers. They will ward off shadows that walk by night. Koa's features relaxed slightly at the bard's offer. Your presence is a blessing, Tran Huyen. We welcome your aid. But remember, the Guardian must remain unexposed to ill intent. No one but our chosen may approach her without consent. Tran Huyen bowed. Understood. I offer my songs and knowledge freely, as long as the Guardian's safety remains paramount. The following morning, pale sunlight filtered through a wreath of mist above the pond, unveiling the repaired boundary stakes and freshly planted lotus sprouts. Koa, accompanied by Aunt Dung and a handful of villagers, set out from the tan truck home before dawn's first cock crow. They moved swiftly through the damp fields, carrying small bundles of brush and cups of salt water. At each boundary marker stone pillars etched with lotus motifs, they poured handfuls of rice at the base, sprinkled salt water along the shafts, and rang a small lotus petal bell to seal the offering. Their chanted sutras rolled in measured cadences across the terraces, harmonizing with the birdsong that awoke with the morning. As they finished the final boundary near the old sugarcane plot where the 2 shadowed strangers had watched, Aunt Dung paused at the edge of a shallow irrigation canal. The water, once murky, now gleamed like molten jade. She knelt and cupped a handful to her lips, sipping reverently. The mandate says the land's blood runs through these channels, she murmured. By preserving them, We protect lifeblood for both crops and spirits. Yet the mandate's words still weigh heavy, compassion must never falter. Our work is never done. Koa knelt beside her, pressing his palm to the canal's cool water. He recognized the clear flow of spring-fed runoff, the same stream that had once fed the well of whispers before it dried. Now, restored, it carried a promise of fertility. We honor the pond, he said, and we honor each other. As long as we uphold our vows, these fields will thrive. A soft rustle reached them from the dense thicket at the terrace's fringe. Both turned, hand on hilt of Koa's wooden war staff. A lone figure, an elderly woman with hair bleached by sun and sorrow, emerged slowly, her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders. She paused at the boundary stake, clutching a rice-filled pouch in trembling hands. "I come to atone," she croaked. "My name is Bitch, of the Ha family. My ancestors took this land without thought of the pond's spirits. I have lived with guilt for decades. May I lay this offering and be reconciled?" Aunt Dung nodded solemnly. "Step forward, Mother Bitch. Place your pouch at the marker's base and join our chant." Bitch knelt and let the rice spill over the soil. As she did, a faint breeze stirred the lotus-sprinkled fields into a soft surge of motion. Her eyes filled with tears as she repeated the vow, "By rice and salt, by lotus and moon, I restore balance and mend my misdeeds. May my lineage walk in harmony with all living things." Koa and Aunt Dung intoned the final lines. Then Mistress Lone joined them, sprinkling lotus water on Bitch's bowed head. "You are forgiven," she said. "Go in peace." Bitch rose, her frail frame trembling. "May the guardian bless us all." She lingered only a moment before turning back toward the village, her eyes glistening with relief. As the group returned home, Koa felt a flicker of hope. The village's willingness to atone felt genuine, even if not universal. Yet the memory of the two strangers in the shadows returned unbidden to his mind. He resolved to remain watchful. The mandate had shown him that the guardian's birth was a watershed, but the path ahead lay littered with temptations of power and complacency. He needed to guard not only the land but also the hearts of his people. That evening, as twilight deepened and slender stars pricked the sky, the village gathered once more by the pond. Torches flickered in the half-light, casting long shadows that danced across the water. Children sat cross-legged on the grass, clutching lotus lanterns, while elders offered prayers and incense. My Lan, dressed in a simple white tunic, toddled among the throng, her eyes bright with curiosity. Lua followed close behind, her gaze alert for any sign of trouble. At the pond's western end, Mistress Lone raised her arms, chanting verses that blended sutras with local invocations. Tran Huyen knelt at her side, recording each line in his leather-bound folio, his lute resting across his knees in case song was needed. As the chant reached its crescendo, the pond's surface, lit by torchlight and the silver lunar arc, shimmered with ripples. For a moment, the water's reflection seemed to warp, revealing the pale shapes of lotus roots beneath, their filaments tangled around submerged tree roots, vibrant with hidden life. Then a sudden hush fell over the gathering. A rustle of fabric to their left preceded the figure of a young boy, no more than 12, darting toward the edge of the pond. He clutched a single lotus stem, its pale petals unfurled like an open hand. As he approached, an unseen breath seemed to stir the water. The lobes of the lotus leaf shimmered as though lit from within. Koa sprang forward, scooping the boy into his arms. "What are you doing out here, Tuong?" he asked sharply. The boy trembled, pointing at the water's surface. "It called me. I heard a mother's cry. I thought I must bring this lotus to her child, our guardian." Lua moved beside Koa, taking Mai Lan into her arms. She knelt beside the boy, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "The pond's voice can be deceptive, little one. It may lure the innocent into peril." She pointed to the lanterns bobbing across the water. "Let the offerings come instead from the village's offerings, their prayers, their rice, their devotion. Do not chase shadows." The boy's eyes brimmed with tears. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I only wanted to help her." Koa set him back on his feet. "Your heart is noble, but you must heed caution. Promise that you will stay close to your family during the night's chant." Tuong nodded, tears rolling down his cheeks. "I promise." As the boy scurried back to his parents, Aunt Dung plucked the lotus stem from Koa's hand. Its petals had begun to droop in the night stillness, as though weighed down by hidden sorrow. She examined it closely, then murmured a brief incantation and sprinkled it with lotus water before releasing it onto the pond with a gentle splash. The stem floated on the ripples, drifting toward the golden shrine at the pond's center, where the original golden lotus still glowed. Lua rose, drawing Mai Lan closer. "Every child's impulse to protect is good," she whispered to Koa. "But they must learn the wisdom to discern true guidance from false calls. Mai Lan will need that lesson someday." Koa nodded, his gaze drifting across the pond to where the golden shrine's light shone like an unwavering eye. "We will teach them all," he said. The ceremony concluded with a soft chant that rolled across the water like a lullaby. As villagers gathered their lanterns and began to disperse, the pond's surface settled once more, reflecting only the faint gleam of moonlight and the last flickers of torchlight. Lua lingered at the water's edge a moment longer, feeling its cool breath against her ankles, as though the pond itself sighed with relief. She pressed a hand to her daughter's chest, feeling the small rise and fall of breath, and whispered, "You are our guide, little one. You carry the future in your tiny hands." The villagers returned home under a canopy of stars, their hearts buoyed by the shared rituals of atonement and protection. In the tan truck home, Lua prepared a simple meal of rice porridge and steamed lotus cakes, while Koa checked the guardianship charms at every window and door. Aunt Dung and Mistress Lone joined them, their faces lined with both weariness and quiet satisfaction. Tran Huyen lingered in the courtyard, drinking tea as he recounted the evening's chants into his folio. When the others retired, he lingered at Lua's side. "Your daughter's path is young and bright," he said, setting the lullaby he had just finished composing on Lua's lap. But there will be challenges. I sense a thread of sorrow that yet remains a ripple beneath the water's calm reflection. We have responded to the mandate, but the mandate hints at more than pestilence of soil. It hints at a predator of compassion, one that emerges when people forget both humility and kindness. Lua reached for his hand, her eyes reflecting the flickering glow of the courtyard lantern. "Tell me what you see," she urged, though her voice trembled with anticipation. He studied her carefully, as though assessing her readiness for truth. "I have heard rumors travelers on the southern road speak of a roving band that sets fire to rice fields, claiming they are entitled to the land because of ancient wounds. They claim brotherhood of the broken lands, vowing to reclaim what they call ancestral birthright. Their leader is known as Lu Qian, a man both charismatic and ruthless, who believes any barrier, spiritual or mortal, must yield to his cause." Lua's pulse quickened. "If his path crosses ours, if he seeks the Guardian's power, what can we do?" Tran Huian's gaze hardened. "We must not let him reach her. The Brotherhood would sacrifice compassion to claim the Pawn's legacy. If they find the Guardian unprotected, they will attempt to bind her to their twisted vision of justice, unleashing new horrors on Tan Trúc." Koa stepped forward at that moment, having returned to check the locks on the front gate. A steel resolve steadied his features. "Then we stand between them and our daughter. We must rally every able soul to defend our covenant. From dawn, we will prepare for defense, close watch on the roads, food stores locked, and messages sent to neighboring villages warning them of the Brotherhood's intentions." Lua pressed her hand to Mai Ian's sleeping form. "We cannot let our vigilance slip. But harassment or open conflict will only risk the Guardian's safety. We must remain careful, strike only if necessary, defend only our home, never abandon mercy." Aunt Dung and Mistress Lone moved closer, forming a circle around Koa and Lua. "Your compassion is your strength," Aunt Dung said. "We will refine our protective spells, binding them to the Guardian cord, to the altar. We will record every festival chant in a new volume. And when the Brotherhood arrives, they will find Tan Trúc not just defended by spears and staves, but by the unwavering love of its people." Mistress Lone laid a palm on the mandate's open page. "The mandate's final lines speak of adversity yet to come. This is that moment when compassion must stand as both shield and sword." Tran Huian withdrew a small wooden box from his satchel, offering it to Lua. "Inside are tiny bells set to ward off evil eyes. Let Mai Lan wear one at her cradle, and another around her ankle. If those unseen predators approach, they will hear their own folly in the chime." Lua accepted the box reverently, lifting a lid to reveal 6 miniature lotus bells, each inscribed with protective runes. She slipped one onto the Guardian's ankle, fastening the fine silk ribbon around her calf. The bell's weight was slight, but its presence was profound, a tangible echo of the mandate's promise. When the last lantern guttered in the courtyard, and the village fell into hushed slumber, Lua lay in her straw bed, Koa at her side, Aunt Dung's quiet murmurs drifting from the hearth, and Mistress Lone's deep breathing in the corner. Tran Huian's lute, propped against a wooden beam, gleamed like a silent sentinel. As Lua drifted into a restless sleep, she dreamed of lotus fields submerged by rising waters, of shadows that coalesced into twisted shapes, and of her daughter standing at the water's edge, her tiny hand outstretched to calm the storm. She awoke to the faintest notes on her ear, Tran Huian practicing a new melody that spoke of courage and compassion wreathed together. In petals we bind the open hand. In tears we learn to understand. Though darkness rises, hearts unite. The guardian holds the lotus light. The melody trailed off, and in that moment, Lua understood that their journey was far from over. Tan Truck's fate now hinged not only on the pond's sorrow but on the ability of its people to stand united against threats both mortal and spectral. She closed her eyes again, her hand finding Koa's in the darkness. And as the night deepened, the lotus bells at her daughter's ankle chimed softly, an echo of the mandate's promise, a vow of compassion that no predator could silence. A week after Lu Qian's threat was confirmed, tension simmered beneath Tan Truck's veneer of calm. Though the lakeside terraces flourished beneath the villagers' renewed care, the specter of the Brotherhood of the Broken Lands hung over every dawn. The western wind carried rumors of soldiers, a dozen, then 20, traveling by foot and riverboat, each bearing crude banners depicting a lotus crossed by a broken chain. They were said to be loyal to Lu Qian, a man who claimed that the Guardian's power belonged not to Tan Truck alone but to anyone with ancestral claim over those lands, and that he would liberate them by seizing the child. At dawn on the seventh day, just as the pale light gilded the pond's surface, Koa received an urgent knock at the courtyard gate. Mistress Lone and Aunt Dung, both alert, were already at his side when he opened the door. A panting youth, one of the Luang family sentries, fell into Koa's arms. His cheeks burned with exertion. An advance party approaches, he gasped. They come from the south road, crossing the marsh. I watched 4 riders on horseback, each brandishing spears adorned with broken chains. They gallop toward the bamboo fence as we speak. Koa's heart barreled with dread, but he straightened his shoulders. How many more do you think follow them? The boy shook his head, swallowing. I do not know. They travel fast. They could be dozens behind. Koa closed the gate and bolted it. Inside the courtyard, he found Lua cradling Mai Lan in her arms, her face pale but unbowed. Si Yu Tuong, Aunt Dung, and Mistress Lone gathered around a low wooden table, on which the mandate scroll lay open. Torches flickered in iron sconces, and the air smelled of lotus smoke and fear. We cannot hide the guardian inside, Aunt Dung said, voice steady. If they demand to see her, any refusal could provoke immediate assault. We must show ourselves as worthy protectors, not as thieves of power. Mistress Lone nodded. I will cast a veil of protective wards around the front gate. It will slow any intruder long enough for us to negotiate or, if necessary, defend our home. Lua rose, firmly tucking Mai Lan beneath a thick cotton wrap. I will bring her to the great lotus shrine by the pond. We will meet them there at midday. At least in the open, we can hope to appeal to their sense of reason. Perhaps Lu Qian himself will see the wisdom of mercy. Koa pressed a hand to her elbow. I will not accompany you. I must coordinate our defenses here and ensure the villagers hold their ground. Siyu Tuong believes the ridgeline to the north offers a vantage point to monitor their approach. He and I will station sentries there. Aunt Dung laid a slender finger on Louis' shoulder. Take my land to the pond. Mistress Lone, send 2 lantern bearers to guide them. I will remain here to secure the home, and the mandate's words will be on my lips to ward off ill will. We must show the brotherhood that Tan Trúc stands united. By mid-morning, a column of 30 horsemen with patched banners emerged from the southern marsh road, their horses' hooves sinking into sodden earth. They bore spears adorned with tattered chain symbols of broken shackles and reclaimed birthrights. At their head rode a tall man cloaked in black and crimson, Lu Qian himself. His face was half hidden by a half mask of iron feathers, but his eyes gleamed with cold conviction unlike any the villagers had seen. Around his waist hung a scabbard bearing a dagger whose hilt was carved to resemble a severed lotus stem, an ironic mockery of Tan Trúc sacred flower. Aunt Dung, standing in the courtyard, met his gaze as the riders passed her warded gate. She held the mandate scroll aloft, reciting an incantation that expanded outward like silken threads. By lotus light, by sacred bond, may hearts of stone relent and respond. Show mercy where there is hate, and bind the broken with saving grace. The scroll's ink once black shimmered gold, tracing patterns that danced along the breeze. A pale glow gathered at the gate's threshold, casting soft shadows behind the advancing horsemen. Lu Qian reined his mount to a halt at a distance, surveying the courtyard with measured eyes. He dismounted and beckoned 2 of his lieutenants to carry an ornate but battered palanquin that had evidently once served the revered ancestor. They set the palanquin on the ground at a respectful distance. Aunt Dung lowered the scroll and bowed. I greet you in peace, great Lu Qian. Tan Trúc extends its hand to parley. Let us speak here, that no blood need spill on these sacred grounds. Lu Qian swung down from his horse, his cloak swirling like black water. He approached with deliberate steps, his boots leaving mud prints across the courtyard stones. Tiresome hush fell as villagers watched from windows and behind barricades. Koa and Siyu Tuong, stationed at the ridgeline above, peered down from among the trees, alert for any sign of conflict. Lu Qian stopped a few paces from Aunt Dung and lifted his mask. His face was gaunt, his jaw set, and his eyes dark with the conviction that power must be reclaimed through strength. I hear you have a child bearing the lotus's mark, he began, his voice low and measured. I have no wish to see innocent blood spilled. Let this be simple, yield the guardian to me, and her power shall restore my people's land. Our bloodline, too, was stolen when our ancestors lost their claim. We seek justice, not slaughter. Aunt Dung lifted a slender hand in supplication. We cannot surrender the guardian. The mandate that gave her birth demands that the child remain with her mother and her people. Her power is not a tool of war, but a bridge between living and dead. We have no desire to control her, we only wish to protect the balance of life. Luke Qian's nostrils flared. You speak of balance. But because you fear to share power, your fear brands you as tyrants. My men have starved, our children cry for food. We have offered plenty, loyalty to the Guardian, a promise to serve Tan Trúc as pledges of new harvests. Yet you deny us. Mistress Lone stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. You misunderstand. We do not deny you, but you cannot demand absolution by force. The Guardian's power is tied to compassion. If you take her by decree of fear, you will unleash the mandate's penalty and undoing of life in every field. Siyu Tuong appeared at Aunt Dung's elbow, leaning on his staff. Sir, consider this, generosity begets respect, enslaving compassion begets ruin. If you seize her, the Pan's curse will not be merely a threat but a certainty. Your brook will run dry, your cattle will wither. Leave now, lest your quest become your undoing. Luke Qian's mask rattled in his grasp as he glared at Siyu Tuong. How dare these peasants lecture him on fate? How dare they protect his birthright by invoking specters? The Brotherhood's cause was righteous. He took a breath, forging a final offer. Then grant me this, let me meet her. In public view, I will swear an oath of fealty to Tan Trúc, promising to guard the Pan's holiness thereafter. Let me cradle the Guardian in my arms and then you shall watch me hand her back to her mother. If I break my word, may your packs and your fields rot forever. Lua stepped forward into the torchlight, holding Mai Lan on her hip. She had walked the steep path from her home, declining Koa's offer to command the defenders because she believed the confrontation required a mother's presence. Her wide, lucid eyes flicked between Luke Qian and his riders. The wind caught her hair, making it dance like a banner. Speak to me, Luke Qian, she called, her voice carrying in the hush. If your heart is true, then hold her only as proof of your pledge no harm shall come to her. But if you dare feign your vow, know that the Pan's sorrow will rain down upon your blood. Show me now your sincerity. She glanced at Aunt Dung, who nodded subtly. Luke Qian hesitated, weighing Lua's words. Affecting sincerity would be worth the prize, so he stepped forward, holding out his hand. Let me hold her once, to show respect to the mandate. He fixed his gaze on Mai Lan, whose dainty face remained calm and inscrutable. Lua knelt slowly, reaching toward Mai Lan. With a silent prayer to both spirit and bloodline, she passed the infant into Luke Qian's arms. He held her gently, as though testing her weightlessness, and lifted her to eye level. Mai Lan stared back at him with a straightforward gaze, her tiny fingers fumbling for the lotus bell at her ankle. All at once, her calm cool shifted a sudden flutter of awareness as though she knew that this man threatened her home. Luke Qian's heart faltered. He felt the baby's pulse quicken against his chest. Then, without warning, a ripple passed through the courtyard's air, palpable as the wind before a storm. The golden lotus shrine at the pond's center glowed brighter, its light seeping across the water's surface like molten gold. A chorus of frogs croaked in unison from the lotus beds, and the earth under the villagers' feet hummed with resonance. Koa, watching from the ridgeline, sensed the shift and urged his sentries to ready their staves. Below, Mistress Lone's voice rose in an urgent chant. Aunt Dung held the mandate scroll aloft, her eyes unblinking as the glyphs shimmered. Luke Kien, clutching my lan, felt sudden repentance, fearing that his ambition had invoked forces beyond his control. The air seemed to press in on him, heavy with unseen eyes that watched dispassionately. As the light from the golden lotus shrine peaked, a gentle yet unmistakable tug drew Luke Kien's focus back to my lan. Her infant eyes were bright pools reflecting the flicker of torches, but her tiny hand, reaching for his heart, felt anchored by an invisible tether. Compassion bloomed in Luke Kien's chest with the sudden clarity of spring's first light. He saw the tears pooling in Lua's eyes, he saw the villagers trembling with hope and fear, he saw Aunt Dung's unwavering resolve. And he saw, behind them all, the Lotus's unspoken promise, a covenant that transcended greed. For a heart-stopping second, the entire courtyard held its breath. Then Luke Kien bowed his head and set my lan gently into Lua's awaiting arms. The ensemble of chants stilled, and a hush deeper than midnight fell. Only the distant croaking of frogs and the hush of wind in bamboo leaves remained. I swear, Luke Kien said, voice thick with emotion. I will serve Tan Trúc. From this hour to my last breath, I pledge my sword and loyalty to the Guardian's mandate. I will treat you as kin, not as enemies. He stepped back, removing his iron feather mask, and let it clatter to the earth. Aunt Dung closed the mandate scroll. Let the covenant stand, she intoned. From here forward, the Brotherhood shall stand as guardians of these terraces, no longer marauders. A cheer rose from the villagers, tentative at first, then bold as trumpets. Torches flickered in the courtyard, reflecting in the pond's water, where petals drifted like stars newly fallen. Even the golden lotus shrine's glow softened to a warm lantern luster. Tran Huyen knelt beside La Lua, his lute clasped in his hands. May this day's melody ring through every heart, he murmured. He struck a single, clarion chord that soared above the villagers' voices, embedding itself into Tan Truck's memory. Lua held my lan close as the villagers, brotherhood, and homegrown families alike, joined hands in a ring around the shrine. They chanted a new verse, one of reconciliation and unity. By lotus bloom, by breaking chains, we gather here, no longer strains. Our bond restored, our future bright. We live as one beneath moonlight. As the final words drifted across the water, the pond stilled. For a moment, the only sound was the gentle sigh of a breeze. Then the frog's chorus resumed, and the night's hush softened into the promise of dawn. Luke Kien approached Lua and Koa. I have wronged you all. Accept my service. Let my Ian's power be ours to honor, not to exploit. Koa extended his hand, brushing a lock of Lua's hair from her face. Walk with us now, he said, as kin. The mandate's path leads forward, and we will guide you. As the villagers dispersed, some carrying lanterns back to their huts, others pressing packets of rice into Lu Qian's arms, Lua looked at Mai Lan as if seeing in her the living promise of peace. The guardian's tiny fingers curled around a lotus petal that floated from a neighbor's offering. She tugged it gently, as though channeling the same tether that had hung Lu Qian in silent awe. Aunt Dung remained beside the pond's shore, her mandate scroll tucked into a bamboo case. She watched the lantern's glow blur into the distance, then turned toward the western terraces, where faint green shoots brushed the soil. She offered a silent bow to the waters, the fields, and the stars. "Let the guardian's light guide this village," she whispered. "And may Tan Truck's people hold compassion as their shield." As the first tendrils of dawn colored the sky, the pond's surface steadied into a mirror of pink and orange streaks. The golden lotus shrine's glow receded until it was only a gentle shimmer, a heartbeat buried within its own reflection. Koa and Lua stood together on the shore, watching Mai Lan lean forward to pluck a floating lotus petal from the water. She extended it outward, offering it to the rising sun. In that simple gesture of innocence meeting the dawn, Tan Truck's journey found its truest fulfillment. For in the guardian's promise lay not a power to command spirits, but a seed of compassion that, once sown, would bloom across fields and hearts, binding Tan Truck's people to each other and to the spirit of life itself. The dawn following the unification ceremony broke with an ethereal stillness. As the sun's first rays spread across the eastern horizon, the pond's surface glowed in hues of pearly pink and lavender. The golden lotus shrine's faint shimmer was nearly drowned out by the sky's brilliance, yet its promise still lingered in every ripple along the water's edge. In the Tan Truck household, Lua awoke before the cocks crowed, her heart heavy with a familiar mixture of hope and apprehension. She rose quietly, stole to the small room where Mai Lan slept, and gazed at her daughter curled beneath the soft folds of a violet wrap. The little guardian stirred, her lotus-braided ankle cord chiming ever so softly in her slumber. Lua placed a tender kiss on her forehead and whispered, "May the compassion you carry always guide us." For a moment, she felt the weight of every promise she had made, every vow she had witnessed in the village's renewed unity. The guardian's birth had sealed a fragile peace with the brotherhood of the broken lands, but the mandate's foreboding words that peril would return if compassion faltered echoed in her mind like the lingering toll of a distant bell. She dressed carefully in a pale green tunic embroidered with lotus motifs and slipped out into the courtyard, where the morning mist still clung to the ground. Koa was already there, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the pond's glassy reflection. He knelt at the shrine, offering fresh lotus buds and a handful of rice. He spoke a prayer so soft that Lua could only catch fragments, "For the guardian's light to remain steadfast, grant us hearts that refuse to harden against fellow souls." Behind him, Aunt Dung and Mistress Lone stood sentinel. Aunt Dung's dark, wise eyes surveyed the courtyard as though anticipating an invisible shift in the air. Mistress Lone, clutching a small satchel of talismans, dipped her fingers into a bowl of lotus-infused water and flicked droplets across the wooden gateposts. Each drop traced a silver arc before settling on the carved lintel above the gate, vanishing like dew in the sun. The ritual was as much a vow as the one recited by the villagers on the terraces, "May no shadow cross this threshold unbidden." Lua joined Koa at the shrine, offering a single lotus bloom. She bowed her head, "May the spirits of pond and terrace know our hearts remain open." As she rose, she felt a subtle tug within her, an echo of the mandate's words, "Compassion must never falter." A breeze snaked through the courtyard, carrying the faintest hint of faraway laughter, like children playing by the riverbank. She shivered, for she knew that laughter could herald innocence or bait a trap. When she turned, she found Koa's brow drawn with concern. "The sentries report a small party, 5 riders approaching from the bamboo ridge to the east," he said quietly. "They bear no banners, but their horses' flanks are scarred as though they know hardship. We must remain vigilant, but we need not hide in fear." Aunt Dung emerged from the shadows. "Let us receive them with the kindness we would show any traveler, yet keep watchful eyes. If they harbor ill intent, the mandate's words will show their hearts." Mistress Lone nodded, drawing the satchel straps tighter. "I will stand by the gate with a warded lantern. Should these riders move to pass beyond the gate, the lantern's light will reveal any dark affinity born in their souls." Together, they positioned themselves along the courtyard edge, leaving a narrow path through which the riders might enter. The morning sun rose higher, illuminating the pond's emerald swirl and the fringes of blooming lotus. Against that backdrop, the 5 horsemen appeared, their mounts' black manes whipping in the breeze. Their armor was mismatched, some wore battered helmets, others only the remnants of padded cloth. Their spears were raw iron tipped with rusted barbs. As they dismounted at the gate, their gazes roamed over the shrine, the fields, and the clustered houses beyond with a curious mixture of reverence and hunger. The tallest among them stepped forward, removing his helmet to reveal a narrow face marked with 4 jagged scars, evidence of a life spent in conflict. His eyes, deep brown and watchful, flicked to Aunt Dung's protective lantern and then to Lua cradling My Lan at the courtyard's edge. "We seek passage," he called, voice low and steady. "Word that a guardian watches over these lands has reached us. We wish to swear our loyalty and to offer our services." His words, calm and earnest, triggered faint echoes of unity in Koa's heart. He nodded to Lua, who held My Lan close, then to Aunt Dung, who made a subtle distancing gesture. "Wait here," Aunt Dung said quietly. "We will speak after the offering." Lua held out a bowl of lotus-scented rice wine, freshly brewed by Mistress Lone's careful hand. The rider accepted it, bowing his head as he sipped. "You offer honor, guardian mother," he said. "We would pledge fealty in return. We do not come to take but to guard, as the mandate bids that all should stand ready." Koa stepped forward. "If your intentions are true, leave a token rice, your spears, or a flame from your hearth. Let all know your pledge is not empty words. Only then will we trust you beyond shielding the gate." The rider hesitated, then reached into a leather pouch at his waist, drawing out a single iron arrow. Its head was encrusted with old lotus pattern engravings, worn smooth by time. He placed it in the bowl at the shrine's base, then snapped to strict attention. "I pledge the brotherhood of fate forged in hardship to stand as shield for the guardian and Tan Truck. May this iron lotus arrow bind my oath to these lands." Koa regarded the offering, then glanced at Aunt Dung, who nodded. "We accept your pledge," she said. "May your service be true to the oath. You may enter the village, but heed this, betray our trust, and the mandate's balance will uproot life from your soil." The rider lifted Mai Ian's tiny hand from Lua's embrace and let her wrap her fingers around the arrow, her small face alight with curiosity. For a heartbeat, the pond stilled, as though haloed by her presence. Then, with a solemn bow, the rider raised his voice, "I am Tukbao, and my brothers and I shall stand always between the guardian and any darkness." He fell silent, and his four companions joined in a chorus of assent. Koa stepped aside to let the riders enter as the gate swung open. The Brotherhood of Fate, vaguely dressed, weary-eyed, and resolute, crossed the threshold. Lua watched them pass, her heart warming at the simple act of shared purpose, yet mindful of Aunt Dung's caution, "Compassion remains the threshold of our safety. Should hatred stir in you, we shall see it in your souls." As the riders dismounted and made their way into the village, a hush fell upon the courtyard. The subtle tension lifted, replaced by a fragile sense of renewed strength. Mistress Lone exhaled a slow breath, extinguishing her warded lantern's final flame. "May the mandate guide us," she murmured. By midday, the village had settled into a rhythm of cautious normalcy. The Brotherhood of Fate patrolled with stoic diligence, 2 men watched the eastern perimeter, 2 guarded the southern fields, and Tukbao remained near the pond, always within sight of the golden Lotus shrine. Their presence offered reassurance to the villagers, who had grown fearful that Luke Qian's forces might launch sudden raids, but were now comforted by these allies sworn to the Guardian's cause. Lua spent those hours tending to Mai Lan, ensuring her daughter ate steamed lotus cakes, her favorite, and swathed her in soft muslin embroidered with lotus petals. Each time Mai Lan cooed and reached for a petal, Lua felt a reassurance, the Guardian's spirit thrived in the simplest of joys. Yet the mandate's warning stirred in her mind, should the Guardian's compassion falter, the curse shall return tenfold. To guard against this, Lua visited every household in Tan Truk, offering small blessings for their fields and asking them to recite a brief supplication each evening, "By mercy's seed, let no shadow grow. In lotus light, let gratitude flow." In return, villagers offered small gifts, a basket of fresh gourds, jars of honey, a woven lotus reed hat. Each gift bound communities closer, as though weaving a tapestry to hold them together against any threat. Mistress Lone accompanied Lua on all but the final doorsteps, her hand ever close to a small pouch of lotus talismans. Their path led them to the granary where Koa stored Tan Truk's communal rice. As they approached, they saw Tukbao standing guard, his dark eyes vigilant. He bowed his head when Lua gathered her blessings near the granary steps. "Guardian Mother," he said in a respectful whisper, "allow me to join. I, too, wish to lend my prayer." Lua handed him a handful of lotus-infused rice grains. He brushed them into the granary's doorway, reciting the vow, "May our fields guard the living, and our hearts guard the innocent. Guardian, guide us in mercy." As he spoke, an uneasy hush fell, the granary's wooden doors blanketed in shadow shook with a soft vibration, as though resonating with his reverence. For a moment, the air smelled of damp earth and lotus petals. Then the doors fell still, and the chill lifted. Only the hum of cicadas remained. That evening, as the full moon ascended beyond the palm thatch, a hush settled over Tan Trúc. The pond's edge gleamed in silver luminescence, reflecting the golden lotus blossoms twinkling like a constellation. Lanterns lined the main path toward the Well of Whispers and the western terraces, where the fields shimmered like liquid jade beneath moonbeams. Lua gathered her family. Mylan nestled in her arms near the pond's edge. Koa stood behind her, his wide shoulders casting a broad shadow. Aunt Dung, Mistress Lone, and Tuk Bao formed a protective knot around them. The villagers assembled in concentric circles, children perched on parents' shoulders, elders seated on low benches, all holding lotus lanterns. The air hummed with anticipation. There was a collective inhalation and unspoken readiness to meet whatever the night might bring. Tran Huyen stood near the golden lotus shrine, his lute at rest, prepared to transcribe the new hymn he would compose. He raised his head as the first flicker of moonlight touched the pond, and then, in a clear, lilting voice, he began. By moonlit bloom and rippling light, we stand together through the night. Guardian bright with lotus bloom, shield our hearts from darkest gloom. The chant rose from throats young and old, each voice melding into a solemn chorus. The pond's surface quivered under the weight of their devotion. The golden lotus shrine's petals etched in iron caught the moon's glow and seemed to pulsate with life. As the chant reached its crescendo, a ripple rolled across the pond. First gentle, then gaining momentum, the water spouted in a jet of pearl-white mist. From that mist emerged a figure clad in luminous lotus robes, its face half hidden by a petal-shaped mask. The crowd gasped, and for a heartbeat, nothing stirred but the ragged inhale of moonlit air. The figure drifted toward the golden lotus shrine, moving as though unshackled by time. Its lotus robes whispered on the water's surface like silk, and its presence exuded an ancient sorrow, tempered by a wary hope. The villagers, though startled, did not flee, they held their ground, voices steady in their chant. Aunt Dung stepped forward, pressing the mandate scroll into Lua's hand. Lua opened it, her heart pounding as she read the lines that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Vibnet. O spirit who weeps in lotus tears, we offer vows to still your fears. By guardian's mark and pledge of peace, let sorrow's tide be bade to cease. She raised her voice to join the chant, her words resonating with love and conviction. The spirit of the well, an ancient monk's shade, bound by the early transgressions, paused at the pond's edge, head bowed as though hearing a long-lost prayer. Its mask glowed briefly, revealing eyes that brimmed with centuries of regret. Mistress Lone stepped forward, holding a single lotus bloom. O spirit of the well, arise, she called. See our fervor, see our wool. These hearts stand open. We seek to heal what was broken. Let your sorrow find solace in our unity. At her words, the spirit's lotus robe seemed to ripple with relief. It lifted its head, and for a moment, the villagers glimpsed a face as serene as a moonlit lake. Then, with a slow gesture, the spirit plucked a tendril of lotus grass and let it drift across the pond's surface. As it touched the water, the full-body glow of the golden lotus shrine flared, and the mist retreated, revealing a deeper shade of emerald in the pond's depths. Koa watched as the spirit faded into the moonlight, leaving behind the faint scent of lotus and sandalwood. The pond stilled, reflecting only the sky's luminous arch. The villagers exhaled as one, their hearts lightened. My Lan giggled, reaching toward the pond's edge as though to touch the lotus blossoms that drifted in her reach. Lua bent to catch her daughter in her arms, heart spilling with both relief and love. But as the echoes of the chant faded, Tran Huien's lute cracked a solitary chord, his fingers tuning to a new refrain. He strummed a final note that vibrated in the night air. Spirits subdued by Tan Truck's vow. May no rolling wave break our now. In lotus bloom, our promise clings. Guardians light through everything. That single chord hung above the pond like a vow unanswered, an echo that the mandate's final words still awaited fulfillment. For though the spirit of the well had accepted their offerings, and the Brotherhood of Fate now pledged to guard the guardian, a deeper test still lay ahead. One that would require that the hearts of Tan Truck's people remain unwavering in compassion, even when shadows rose from beyond the lotus bloom. As the last villagers drifted home, dragging lanterns that flickered like baby fireflies, Lua lingered near the pond with Koa and Aunt Dung. They watched the lotus blossoms drift in a circle around the golden lotus shrine, an unspoken affirmation of their unity. Tonight we have honored every spirit, Koa said, voice hushed. Our fields, our hearts, and our home are safe for now. Aunt Dung touched her forehead thoughtfully. Yet the mandate speaks of tests yet to come. The Brotherhood's loyalty, though sworn, must be proven. And our own compassion must never waver, for envy and fear lie at the edges of every heart. Only if we hold fast will we avert the mandate's darker warning. Lua cradled Mai Lan, her gaze drifting to the sleeping form, whose chubby cheek nestled against her collarbone. Then we must teach her well, teach every child the worth of mercy and balance, that they may grow unafraid to act with kindness even when faced with hatred. For that is the guardian's truest test. Aunt Dung placed a hand on Lua's shoulder. And we will show them, through every word and action, what compassion looks like. As long as the guardian's light shines, Tan Truck's path will remain bright. When the first pink fingers of dawn crept across the pond, the golden lotus shrine's glow receded once more into a soft, holy pulse. The lotus blossoms drifted like silent messengers across the water. Lua, Koa, Aunt Dung, and Mistress Lone watched until the pond's glassy surface settled into stillness. Only then did they finally turn away, moving back to the village, hearts buoyed by hope and tempered by vigilance. Above them, the sky soared, bearing the promise of a brighter day, one written by every compassionate choice the villagers would make from now until the lily of Tan Truck's lotus bloom faded into memory. And those shadows yet lurked beyond the edges of their world, in every breath of wind and every rising sun, a deeper assurance held fast, as long as their hearts remained rooted in mercy, the mandate would be honored, and the guardian's light would shine as a beacon against any dark tide. Summer's first heat settled over Tan Truck as the days lengthened and the lotus in the pond stretched their stems toward the sun. Although the watershed ceremony had cemented an uneasy truce between the Brotherhood of Fate and village defenders, a new tension simmered beneath the surface, that of uncertain loyalties and unseen dangers beyond Tan Truck's bamboo perimeter. Ko arose before dawn, steadying himself against the low wooden posts of his hearth as he watched the sky fade from indigo to pale amber. The air smelled of warm earth and lotus, but he felt the distinct faintness of dread and echo of the mandate's warning that compassion might falter, sowing ruin. Inside, Lua guided Mylan through gentle morning exercises. The guardian toddled between woven mats laid out on the earthen floor, her giggles punctuating the hush of the day's first light. She reached for a lotus petal, her small palm scooping up the silken white bloom. With each movement, she displayed a grace that belied her age, an unspoken promise that the mandate's words were taking root in her spirit. Lua watched her daughter with quiet pride, yet her gaze flicked toward the window, where two armored riders of the Brotherhood stood guard, their steeds shifting restlessly on the dew-glazed grass. "Be gentle with her," Aunt Dung whispered, entering the room with Mistress Lone at her heels. "The mandate holds her as the lotus's blessing but also its burden. Today, I have felt restless winds stirring in the north. We must not assume that our peace will hold." Lua nodded, gathering Mylan into a protective embrace. "What can we do, Aunt Dung? The fields are secure, the borders warded, yet the air itself seems taut with anticipation." Aunt Dung knelt beside them, laying a lacquered box upon the floor. "We deepen the mandate's ritual. Each household must now recite a new vow, that in times of plenty, they will not hoard, in times of want, they will share. This vow, spoken aloud before our pond and the well of whispers, will bind their compassion to the guardian's own. Only in unity can the mandate's dark promise be thwarted." Mistress Lone produced several slips of white silk, each inscribed with new verses. "I have composed these as variations of our evening chant, words that remind each listener of the fragility of life and the strength of mercy. On tomorrow's full moon's eve, when the lotus are at their zenith, we will gather once more and offer these pledges." Lua exhaled slowly. "Then I must ensure that the entire village attends. No one can claim ignorance, everyone must bear witness to this vow." As dawn brightened into morning, Ko rode through the western terraces with Tukbao and two other Brotherhood riders, inspecting the ripening rice. Their horses stepped carefully over newly laid bamboo walkways, reminders of the ancient boundaries restored after the Brotherhood's pledge. Tukbao dismounted to squat by a cluster of young stalks. "They have taken root," he said, trailing a fingertip along a blade that arced with emerald grace. "The land's spirit seems at peace." One of his companions, a wiry youth named Nam, spat into the soil. "Peace today. But hunger knows no peace. Rumors reach us of roving bandit scouts, foul men who test the convoys passing through the Lotus Pass. They seek rumored treasure, relics said to have been buried near the pond when the old temple fell. If they learn of the Guardian's power, they may come as wolves instead of scorpions." Koa nodded. "I will raise the alarm at the village so that our watch may extend beyond immediate borders. Tukbao, send word to the riders at the eastern ridge." Any movement of strangers in the hills must be reported at once. 2 horsemen veered off toward the ridgeline, while Koa and Tukbao continued toward a low stone bridge crossing a dry stream bed. Beneath the bridge's arch, stones glinted with embedded lotus motifs. Koa knelt, touching the cold rock. These stones were part of the original temple terrace, he said. Our ancestors placed them to honor the guardian's lineage long before my Ian's time. Now, each of us walks in the shadow of their legacy. Tukbao placed a hand on Koa's shoulder. And now we must ensure our steps do not falter. That afternoon, as the sun dipped to its zenith, the village foreman appeared at Lua's door with an urgent plea. A neighboring hamlet 3 miles south, Van Thon, lay under sudden drought, their well bone dry despite the season. They had appealed for aid, offering half of their modest harvest in exchange. If Van Thon's people starved, desperate raiders might break through Tan Truck's defenses. Lua, recognizing the gravity, turned to Koa, who had just returned from the fields. They require our help, she said. Their water source has failed. If we can spare our excess well water, we might save them and enshrine our vow of sharing beyond our borders. Koa met her eyes, then glanced at Tukbao, who stood guard by the courtyard wall. We must honor the mandate's vow of sharing. Let us send barrels of well water and rice to Van Thon at once, along with riders to escort their people here if need be. He turned to the foreman. Prepare 4 ox carts for water barrels. I will lead a small escort with Tukbao. Lua, you should stay to ready the new vow ceremony. The villagers must hear this, even while we lend our neighbors a hand. Lua bowed her head in agreement, pressing a hand to Mai Ian's tiny belly where she sat, cooing at a drifting pedal. Do what you must. I will gather the families tonight at the Well of Whispers. She paused, gathering renewed resolve. And let each slip of silk carry our shared vow beyond our pond. By late afternoon, 4 ox carts lumbered south along the narrow footpath, loaded with water barrels sealed beneath lacquered lids and woven mats concealing bundles of rice. Koa led the procession alongside Tukbao and 2 Brotherhood riders, a second contingent followed to guide the oxen. The neighboring fields stretched out like folded green hills, and beyond them the smaller hamlet's thatch-roofed huts clustered near a dry well. Van Thon's elders waited by the empty stone rim, anxiety etched into their faces. As the carts arrived, Koa dismounted and handed 2 barrels to the elders. We pledge water and rice for as long as your well runs dry, he proclaimed. The mandate calls us to share, and we honor that call. The elders fell to their knees, tears glimmering in their eyes as they unsealed the barrels. The first gush of cool well water flowed onto sun-parched soil, sending up a fine steam. A woman named Kim, Van Thon's wife of the chief farmer, cupped her hands and drank. She raised her head, her eyes bright with gratitude. We feared famine, she said, her voice trembling. Tan Truck's generosity saves us. Tukbao stepped forward, offering a bundle of rice. Take what will feed you through the season, he said. If the well remains dry, You may send riders to bring more. Our doors stand open. The hamlet's elders lifted him out of humility. As long as the lotus blooms in Trúc, we owe you our lives. They pressed forward to offer a small carved charm and iron lotus ribbon to Trúc as a token of their respect. As twilight approached, Koa led his party back toward Trúc, their carts lighter but spirits lifted. He glanced at Trúc, who returned the gaze with solemn assurance, "We have honored our vow beyond our borders. Now we return home to honor our own." That evening, as dusk cast long shadows across the pond, Lewis stood upon the earthen walkway by the Well of Whispers. The villagers assembled once more, clutching their slips of silk inscribed with the new vow, to share abundance in times of plenty and to bear the burdens of neighbors in times of want. Torches flanked the well, and lotus lanterns bobbed on the pond's surface like floating stars. Aunt Dung and Mistress Lone stood at Lewis' side, their faces glowing in the torchlight. Lua lifted a folded slip of silk and recited the vow in a clear, resonant voice. By lotus bloom and boundless grace, we share our harvest, we share our place. In times of want, we stand as one. A saving hand until drought is done. As each household's representative stepped forward to touch the well's rim and place their slip of silk upon it, the well's water shimmered with the faintest golden ripple, as though acknowledging their pledge. The villagers' voices rose in unison, their vow echoing across the pond like an insistent heartbeat. In that moment, the air felt thick with unity, and even the pond's surface, reflecting full moonlight, seemed to glow with renewed vitality. Lua felt a thrill of hope, the mandate's assertion that compassion could override fear held true, at least for these gathered souls. Yet she remembered Aunt Dung's caution, compassion must not waver. She glanced at Mai Lan, wrapped in the violet cloth, her dark eyes reflecting torchlight as though she understood the gravity of the moment. Suddenly, a faint tremor ran through the earth so subtle that few noticed. Then a distant rumble rolled across the night sky, like thunder without clouds. The pond's ripples spread outward, distorting the dancing lantern reflections. Lewis sensed a shift in the air, as though hidden currents churned beneath the surface. From the tree lean to the east, a lone rider emerged at full gallop, a young woman clad in crimson and jade robes, her hair streaming behind her like a banner. She reined in before the well, dismounting swiftly. The torchlight revealed her eyes amber bright, fierce with purpose. At her hip hung a slender jade dagger carved with lotus motifs, and in her hand she held a scroll sealed with dark wax. "By what right do you disturb our pledge?" Aunt Dung demanded, stepping forward to block her approach. The rider folded the scroll with precise, practiced hands. "By the right of necessity," she said. "I am Fu Tui, envoy from the Eastern Duchy. Our own lands have fallen to famine and disease. We have heard of Truk's peace and the Guardian's power. I come to petition, allow us to join your vow, that our people may share in your abundance and be saved." Lua exchanged a glance with Koa. "Our pact thus far extends only to Van Thon," she said. "But the mandate's words speak of sharing beyond our borders. If your plea is true, if your people face dire need, then let them join our vow. But know this, we cannot grant powers. We can only welcome your gratitude and your pledge of compassion in return. Fu Tui's gaze flickered between misunderstanding and relief. I swear my people will stand as witnesses to your mandate and share what we possess when our lands recover. We do not seek the Guardian's magic. We seek only water and rice that will spare our children. Aunt Dung nodded. Then kneel at the well, place your scroll in its rim, and recite the vow. Speak it as our families have. Only then will Tan Trúc open its storehouses to you. Fu Tui hesitated, her ember eyes searching Lua's face. Then she knelt and pressed her palm to the well's rim. By lotus bloom and boundless grace, we share our burdens, we share our place. In times of want, we stand as one, a saving hand until drought is done. She placed the scroll on the well's edge. As she rose, Koa stepped forward to accept her offering, a small satchel of medicinal herbs and dried lotus petals from her homeland, symbols of her people's gratitude. From the shadows beyond the pond, unseen eyes recorded the scene. Sentries from the Brotherhood of Fate and local villagers alike watched as the scroll was absorbed by the well's waters, an act that rippled through the pond like notes struck on a silent string. The golden shimmer around the well intensified briefly, a visible pulse that resonated with the pledge's sincerity. Fu Tui rose, bowing deeply. Tan Trúc has my loyalty, she said. May our people's fate remain bound to yours in seasons dark and bright. She turned, gathering herself to ride back into the night. Before she vanished among the bamboo, she looked back once more toward my land, as though seeking the quiet assurance of the Guardian's blessing. As her figure slipped into the darkness, Lua closed her eyes, letting the echoes of her vow settle in her soul. We have given more than water and rice tonight, she said softly. We have woven a tapestry of compassion that spans villages, fields, and hearts. This is the true power of the Guardian's light. Koa placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Where there is unity, no darkness may endure. He turned toward the assembled villagers, whose torches glowed like a constellation at water's edge. Let this unity be our shield, and may the Guardian's lotus blossom through every mind and heart. Aunt Dung lifted the mandate scroll one final time. Its ink glowed faintly gold in the moonlight. She read aloud the mandate's closing lines, her voice steady and unwavering. PGSQL. By shared harvest, by open hand. We bind our fates in Lotus land. Should any heart forsake the vow, our fields and fate will break their bow. But as long as mercy's path remains, no shadow there may break our chains. Guardian bright, guide us from above. In lotus grace, in boundless love. The assembled villagers echoed the final words, their voices carrying across the pond like a chorus of hope. As the echoes faded, the lotus lanterns bobbed on the water, soft wisps of smoke drifting upward, merging with the stars. The good neighbor's pledge had been wrought in trust and compassion, yet the mandate's warning still trembled at the edges of their joy. Should any heart forsake the vow, they understood that this Unity, though strong, required constant tending. When the last lanterns burned low and the crowds dispersed, Lua knelt by the well of whispers to collect the scroll's water. She dipped her palm into the clear ripples and brought a drop to her lips. "Donate compassion beyond our every need," she whispered. As the water touched her tongue, she felt a warmth like a seed sprouting deep in her chest. It was a promise, that as long as her people remembered to share, the Guardian's light would endure. In the hush of midnight, the pond lay still once more, its mirrored surface reflecting only moon and lotus. Yet beneath each blossom's glow, a living rhythm beat, an affirmation of unity sown under the watchful eyes of ancestors, spirits, and the small, steady breaths of a child destined to guide them all. Dawn broke over Tan Trúc with a quiet majesty, as though the village had held its breath through the night and finally exhaled. The sky was a pale aquamarine, the sun's first rays glinting off dew-kissed lotus petals at the pond's edge. As light spread across the terraced fields, the rice stalks swayed gently in a breeze that smelled of damp earth and summer blossoms. For the first time in many months, a profound stillness settled over the landscape, a stillness that felt earned, as though every hardship, every trial, and every confession of compassion had been woven into this single, perfect moment. Inside the Tan Trúc home, Lua awoke before the household stirs, her heart fluttering with an intimacy that only the dawn brings. She rose carefully, mindful of the new ache in her side, a souvenir from her earlier labors, both literal and spiritual. As she stepped onto the wooden floor, she saw Koa standing by the window, staring out at the pond. He turned as she entered, a soft smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Good morning," he murmured, his voice still husky from sleep. "Good morning," Lua replied, smoothing a wrinkle in her own tunic. She slipped her feet into simple sandals and padded over to where Mai Lan lay in her cradle. The little guardian stirred, blinking sleep from her dark eyes. She reached out a tiny hand, as if already aware that the world she had been born into was a world that required both vigilance and love. Lua picked up her daughter and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "We have reached the final chapter, my heart," she whispered. "Let us greet it with open arms." Beneath her breath, she recited a short prayer from the mandate, "By lotus bloom and open hearts, may no shadow rest within our light." Koa joined them, wrapping his arm around Lua's waist. Together, the three of them, guardian, mother, and father, stepped into the courtyard, where Aunt Dung waited with Mistress Lone. A pair of Brotherhood riders, Tuk Bao and Nam, stood sentinel by the gate, helmets off, their expressions respectful yet relaxed, as though the weight of previous days had eased. "Today is the day," Aunt Dung pronounced, her voice carrying a resonance that held both finality and hope. The mandate's concluding lines await their fulfillment. "We must bind Tan Trúc future forever in compassion, that the Guardian's light may endure beyond all shadows." As she spoke, Mistress Lone produced the final set of white silk slips, each inscribed with the ceremony's closing vow. "By lotus light and earnest grace, we pledge our hearts in every place. No fear shall dim our shared refrain. In mercy's name, we break the chain." Lua accepted a folded slip from Mistress Lone's gentle hands. She smoothed out the delicate silk, tracing the inked characters with her thumb. Each line seemed alive, as though pulsing with a heartbeat that emanated from the well of whispers itself. Around her, neighbors and friends began to gather, farmers in straw hats, elders leaning on carved staves, children clutching perfect lotus blossoms, and previously wary members of the Brotherhood of Fate, their armor softened by the time they had spent living among Truk's people. Tukbao approached, offering a final token, a small incense burner inlaid with lotus petals. For the well, he said, bowing his head in deference. May its sanctity carry this vow to every spirit's ear. Nam nodded in agreement, placing a bundle of fresh lotus seeds beside Tukbao's offering. And may they bloom through times of trial and peace alike. As the early morning light painted the pond in pastel hues, the villagers formed a great circle around the well of whispers. Lua and Koa took seats at the shrine's edge, Mai Lan nestled in their midst. Aunt Dung and Mistress Lone took positions beside them, ready to guide the final ceremony. In the periphery, carriage paths led back to every home, as though the entire village had been drawn by an invisible string to this single, sacred point. Aunt Dung lifted her voice in a clear proclamation. People of Tan Truk, we stand at the threshold of our shared destiny. The mandate's final lines summon us now to pledge that we shall live in mercy, extending our hands to neighbor and stranger alike. Let our compassion rise like lotus from the mud, unbroken by drought or darkness. As her voice echoed across the courtyard, Mistress Lone lit 3 tall incense sticks and inserted them into the well's rim, the smoke curling skyward in pursuance of the morning sun. She then poured a small bowl of lotus-infused water onto the ground before the well, letting it ripple into the pond's still surface, a vivid strand of silver that spread outward, mingling with the reflections of lotus lanterns. Koa stood slowly, holding up the scroll containing the final vow. He faced the gathered multitude, his eyes bright with unwavering conviction. In a voice both steady and impassioned, he recited, by lotus light and earnest grace, we pledge our hearts in every place. No fear shall dim our shared refrain. In mercy's name, we break the chain. From pond to field, from hearth to well, we guard the stories we must tell. That love redeems where shadows lie, and bonds unbroken never die. The villagers repeated each line after him, their voices rising into the warm air. Even the children spoke with conviction, their small tongues shaping the syllables that had once been reserved for elders. Their echoes wove together into a tapestry of sound that shimmered across the courtyard. When the final line was spoken, Tukbao and Nam stepped forward, placing the incense burner and lotus seeds at the well's rim. They knelt and echoed the vow in a low murmur. No fear shall dim our shared refrain. In mercy's name, we break the chain. As the last syllable sounded, the pond responded, the golden lotus shrine's iron petals glowed fiercely for a heartbeat, then settled into a soft, enduring pulse. A ripple of wind passed through the courtyard, rustling the lotus petals strewn across the ground. The rice fields beyond the well swayed in unison, as though bowing to the unspoken unity that had bound their caretakers together. For a moment, the world was still. No chirring insects, no rustling bamboo, no distant caw of a crow. Then, From the heart of the pond, a single lotus blossom drifted to the surface, its petals unfurling fully in the dawn's glow. The villagers watched in awed silence as the lotus's white petals radiated soft gold, its center a perfect ring of amber light. Lua felt tears slip down her cheeks as she leaned close to Koa. My Lan, now gurgling with delight, reached a chubby hand and stroked the blossom's petals. In that instant, Lua understood that the guardian's role was not to wield magic, but to remind all who beheld her, the living and the departed, that compassion, once freely given, could transform even the deepest sorrow into a gift of renewal. An exultant murmur rose from the villagers, growing into a roar of celebration. Elders wept with joy, children danced around the well with lotus lanterns held high, and even the Brotherhood's horsemen raised their helmets in cheer. The air hummed with the promise of a future free of famine, conflict, and phantom fears. As the jubilant voices swelled, Aunt Dung turned to Lua and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. You have fulfilled the mandate, Mother of the Guardian. The curse is lifted, no longer do we fear shadows beneath the lotus. Mistress Lone, kneeling beside the well, smiled radiantly. The well of whispers speaks no more of sorrow. In its place, we hear the laughter of children and the promise of harvest. The Guardian has shown us the power of mercy. Tukbao and Nam rose, watching Lua and Koa cradle My Lan between them. We, too, have found redemption, Tukbao said quietly. As long as we stand with Tan Truk, our sword shall defend compassion's light. Nam added, and when the fields overflow, we shall share our bounty with all in need, beyond the borders of this hamlet. Koa nodded, tears in his eyes. Then Tan Truk shall forever be a beacon of mercy, its fields nourished by the lotus of our hearts. In the courtyard, lanterns bobbed and petals drifted as the villagers broke into celebration, songs of harvest, dances beneath the rising sun, and laughter that rang clear across the morning. Lua watched Mai Ian's dark eyes follow the golden lotus drifting in the well, marveling at how life itself seemed to shimmer with possibility. As the festivities unfolded, Lua slipped away to the shrine beside the pond. She knelt before the golden lotus, offering her silent gratitude. Thank you, Great Spirit. Thank you, my daughter. May our unity hold beyond this day, beyond this generation. Let the mandate's light guide us always. When she rose, she found Koa waiting at the pond's edge. He took her hand, and together they watched the lotus blossom tilt toward the dawn. Their eyes met, and no words were needed. They understood that Tan Truk's greatest test lay not in the forging of a vow, but in the keeping of it. The Guardian's light, once entrusted to a child, now shone through the hearts of every villager, every neighbor, and every redeemed soul who had knelt at the Well of Whispers. And so the final chapter closed on Tan Truk's saga, its last lines not written in ink but in the quiet, steadfast acts of compassion that would shape every coming day. As the sun climbed higher, the lotus blossom drifted gently into the well, its petals sinking below the surface, an unspoken promise that even when hidden from sight, the blossom's light would continue to guide all who honored its path. Title: The Lotus Guardian of Tan Truk. Description: In the remote village of Tan Truk, an ancient curse haunts the Pond of Shadows, threatening both land and people. When a child named Mai Lan is born with the rare Lotus birthmark, she becomes the prophesied Lotus guardian, destined to restore balance between the living and restless spirits. As villagers atone for past transgressions, mending broken boundaries and sharing their harvest, the young guardian's compassion binds the community together. Yet dark forces, from rival claimants to neighboring bandits, test their newfound unity. Through rituals at dawn, vows by moonlit waters, and the unwavering love of her parents and elders, Mai Ian's gentle light ultimately dispels the curse, ensuring Tan Truc's fields, hearts, and future flourish in mercy.